Are we ready? Are we alive? The moment is upon us. Kairos has arrived. Hello and welcome everyone to Germs of Woe. It has been several weeks since our last visit, and we are finally back with many changes in tow, and even more to come, as you shall hear shortly. We will be rejoining our previous ventures into Fyodor Dostoyevsky's The Double, where we will be recording the live audio that will later be recorded, well, processed, I should say, into another entry into the audiobook series, where we will be, of course, at regular intervals, usually chapters for books, or if it is a particularly testy or unusually formatted one, we will break it up otherwise. Recaps and replies, where I'll be summarizing the general details of what we've just encountered, and then also at once, afterwards, give you my thoughts about the design, development, or drives behind the thing, a big theme for the Threefold Manifold channel, if there are any that I think are worthwhile, that I think are worth commenting, giving some insight into, should I have any. And, of course, the same goes for Yes, Your Grace, as with any video game that we play here. Not only are we playing it for the enjoyment, for the laughs, for the tears, for the comedy, for the tragedy, for the heroism, and anything in between, but also, of course, any of the intrigue, any of the noteworthy elements, aspects, details of the game itself. And so, with that all explained, keeping in mind that, naturally, of course, as we are doing all of this live, there will be stutters, there will be derailments, there will be minor details, and perhaps even things that make us pause in the road that we are going down. As a little disclaimer, you know, these streams tend to be best served, in my opinion, if you are not a true dedicated watcher, listener, inquirer into the subjects at hand as background. But for those who are, that's what we do here, to give you all a little bit of a look behind the scenes. And perhaps to interact with me, to show me what we have in the community, what the community's thoughts might be, what the world at large might have to say about my takes, my stances, my positions as they develop. But besides, into housekeeping, yes, first things probably first, in regards to me, we have not only what I consider a much more encompassing, holistic view angle for the camera, but also I'm growing hair again. Yes, everybody, the boldness is finally taking a break, and we are looking to grow our hair out. Alongside that, big rebranding is why I mentioned that. I'm finally moved into the location that I've been aiming at for some time now, and got the setup mostly completely set up. I will be working on some background details. Specifically, I am building a new PC. So we'll be able to run some of the higher-end games that I haven't been able to so far, that I have so much wanted to play, not just for the channel, but also for my own pleasure. We'll be expanding into to maybe some of the more resource-intensive things in that regards. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get into the Oblivion remaster that we simply could not run before for its notorious poorly optimized graphics on Unreal Engine 5, but We'll see. We'll see. We've already gotten quite some distance into Oblivion there. But regardless, even if we don't get into Oblivion Remastered, we've got 1,000,001 other games that we could try our hand at. From those that are more graphically simplistic, like RimWorld with a good number of mods, to something like, of course, the more current-gen games. But PC aside, we also have a whole new background, and you might be noticing as well that my audio is finally not crackly and sounds like ass. So these are many a new advancement that are underway. As always, with my audio setup, there is more and more experimentation to be done, to be trialed as we go along, but I have rather intensively tested this. I have a new inline amp. I learned a few things about electronics and what they do insofar as their load, and that might have been a crucial, critical thing to do with the humming and buzzing and all of that unpleasantness in the background, as well as a few more details about basic audio engineering and filtering. So we have what will hopefully remain clear, crisp audio without too many hitches, hiccups, and stumbles otherwise, as well as for the audiobook recording portions, that perhaps water is the best thing, not coffee. Being a diuretic, being rather acidic, it can actually make the mouth noises worse, and several other things as well that I had tried, like teas and tisanes. So hopefully, with knowledge comes power, with power comes potential, with potential comes properly doing the damn thing. So, let's see. Oh yes, final note on housekeeping. Especially now that I've got, better audio set up and I'm fully moved in, and I have done a good amount of sound treatment to the room, not soundproofing, but within my means as they are available to me, which you can help out if you take a look down in the description. There's Patreon and stream elements. If you want to help me keep the lights on, help support the household, help me afford all this new equipment, because let me promise you, it's not inexpensive. Of course, shilling aside, hopefully, with any fortune, we, of course, will have some opportunities ahead of us that I want to take us in channel-wise, where once I'm done with these audiobooks, I do enjoy them. I do enjoy making them. I enjoy making them ever more, especially now that I've gotten all of this investment into this new equipment. But because of the size of my channel, because of the reach that I possess, being relatively meager, of course, yes, 7-week PK, I am growing my hair now. But because I have such a small niche here on this platform and others, the audiobooks don't get much attention. People aren't frankly looking for a lot of this old literature, and while I do intend on continuing to produce it, I would like to splice in something that is, what people generally seem to like more. What people generally find themselves attracted to on these platforms, not only, yes, selfishly for the benefit of my channel, but also, I just like doing it. I think it's where a lot of good stuff happens, but to the point, talking with people. Something of a podcast style, except it's not premeditated more often than not, although that might be a feature. Just talking with people, going out into Discord and perhaps other platforms, and just engaging with people, getting their thoughts on ideas, whether it be politic, philosophic, if you make the distinction, literary, narrative, insofar as games, things like this. Because I do talk to and have a few people even in the Threefold Out of Factory, this channel's Discord server, who do happen to have a fair amount of experience in things like developing their own setting for D&D, for example, or even building their whole new system from scratch, like I am attempting with my TTRPG, the All Signing, or other specialities. There's even one who happens to be very politically integrated and familiarized with many aspects of the U.S. politics, at least, and by way of their heritage and life story, other places across the globe as well, you know, predominantly in the kind of Western side of the world, if we identify that. And even people who aren't technically inclined, you know? The average person's experience, especially if you gather up enough folks and we can all have a civil conversation, the wisdom of the crowds is something that I think is not only something that can be interesting to listen to, but also perhaps interesting to try and glean some insights from. So, if you all think you might be interested in this, I know that I surely am, especially since I'm the one who's presenting it. Please, I implore you, do let me know. But without further ado, let us roll our way into the very first part of what we'll be doing, which is reading the double. The Double, read by Kairos, of the Threefold Manifold. Of the Threefold Manifold. December 10th, 2025. Now let's see, I believe we have got part 4 polished, although not published yet. Yes, so this would be part 7. Or part 5, good lord. Part 5. Chapter 8. Mr. Golyadkin woke up next morning at 8 o'clock as usual. As soon as he was awake, he recalled all the adventures of the previous evening, and frowned as he recalled them. Ugh. So here's where the filters come in. I will, of course, as I say, be attempting to minimize the pauses and disruptions that are necessary to ensure that the recording is good. But that does require playing around with them a little bit as we go. I did play the fool last night, he thought, sitting up and glancing at his visitor's bed. But what was his amazement when he saw in the room no trace? But what was his amazement when he saw in the... But what was his amazement when he saw in the room no trace, not only of his visitor, but even of the bed on which his visitor had slept? What does it mean? What does it mean? Mr. Golyadkin almost shrieked. What can it be? What does this new circumstance portend? What can it be? What can it be? What can it be? What does this new circumstance portend? While Mr. Golyadkin was gazing in open-mouthed bewilderment at the empty spot, the door creaked. While Mr. Golyadkin was gazing in open-mouthed bewilderment at the empty spot, While Mr. Golyadkin was gazing in open-mouthed bewilderment at the empty spot, the door creaked and Petrushka came in with the tea tray. While Mr. Golyadkin was gazing in open-mouthed bewilderment at the empty spot, the door creaked and Petrushka came in with the tea tray. And Petrushka came in with the tea. And Petrushka came in with. And Petrushka came in with the tea tray. Where? Our hero said in a voice hardly. Where? Our hero said in a voice hardly audible, pointing to the place which had been occupied by his visitor the night before. At first, Petrushka made. At first, Petrushka made no answer. At first, Petrushka made no. Perhaps time for a sip of water. At first, Petrushka made no answer. At first, Petrushka made no answer. At first, Petrushka made no answer. At first, Petrushka made no. At first, Petrushka made no answer. At first, Petrushka made no. At first, Petrushka made no answer. At first, Petrushka made no. At first, Petrushka made no answer, and did not look. These clicks are killing me today. Let's see what we can do. At first, Petrushka made no answer, and did not look at his. At first, Petrushka made no answer, and did not look. That's a very interesting palate noise. At first, Petrushka made no answer. 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 Petrushka made no answer. Petrushka made no answer. Petrushka made no answer, and did not look at it, and did not look at his master, and did not look at his master. I might just have to edit that out in post. and did not look at his master, but fixed his eyes upon the corner right. But fixed his eyes upon the corner to the right till Mr. But fixed his eyes upon the corner. But fixed his eyes upon the corner to the right. But fixed his eyes upon the corner to the right. But fixed his eyes upon the corner to the right, till Mr. Golyadkin felt compelled to look into that corner too. After a brief silence, however, Petrushka, in a rude and husky voice, After a brief silence, however, Petrushka, in a rude and husky voice, answered that his master was not at home. After a brief silence, however, Petrushka in a rude and husky tone. After a brief silence, however, Petrushka in a rude and husky voice answered that his master was not at home. You idiot! Why, I'm your... You idiot! Why... You idiot! Why, I'm your master, Petrushka! said Mr. Golyadkin in a breaking voice. You idiot! Why, I'm... You idiot! Why, I'm your master, Petrushka! said Mr. Golyadkin in a breaking voice, looking open-eyed at his servant. Petrushka made no reply, but he gave Mr. Golyadkin such a look that the latter crimsoned to his ears, looked at him with an insulting reproachfulness almost equivalent to open abuse. Petrushka made no reply, but he gave Mr. Golyadkin such a look that the latter crimsoned to his ears, looked at him with an insulting reproachfulness almost equivalent to open abuse. Mr. Golyadkin was utterly flabbergasted, as the saying is. Mr. Golyadkin was utterly flabbergasted. Mr. Golyadkin was utterly flabbergasted, as the saying is. At last, Petrushka explained that the other one had gone away an hour and a half ago. At last, Petrushka explained that the other one had gone away an... At last, Petrushka explained that the other one had gone away half an hour ago and would not wait. At last, Petrushka explained that the other one had gone away an hour and a half ago and would not wait. His answer, of course, sounded truthful and probable. It was evident that Petrushka was not lying. It was evident that Petrushka was not lying, that his insulting look and the phrase the other one employed by him were only the result of the disgusting circumstance with which he was already familiar. But still, he understood, though dimly, that something was wrong, and that destiny had some other surprise, not altogether a pleasant one, in store for him. All right, we shall see. All right, we shall see, he thought to himself. He thought to himself. We shall see in due time. We'll get to the bottom of all this. Oh, Lord, have mercy upon us. Oh, Lord, have mercy upon us. He moaned in conclusion in quite a different voice. And why did I invite him? To what end did I do all that? And why did I invite him? To what end? To what end did I do all that? To what end did I do all that? I am tying the noose upon. I am tying the noose with my own. I am tying the noose with my own. I am tying the noose with my own hands. Ah, you fool, you fool! I can tell I haven't read in a while. Terribly out of practice. I am tying the noose with my own hands. Ah, you fool! You can't resist babbling like some silly boy, some chancery clerk, some wretched creature of. Some chancery clerk, some chancery clerk, some wretched creature. Some chancery clerk, some wretched creature of no class at all, some rag, some rotten dishcloth. Dishclout. You can't resist babbling like some silly boy, some chancery clerk, some wretched. You can't resist babbling like some silly boy, some chancery clerk, some wretched creature of no class at all, some rag, some rotten dishclout. You are gossip and an old woman. You are gossip and old woman. Oh, all ye saints. Oh, all ye saints. Oh, all ye saints. I might have to do just one chapter since, despite my vocal warm-ups, this is hell of a voice so far. That just means we can get some more game in, which would be quite fitting considering other streams we prioritize the book. Oh, all ye saints! And he wrote verses, the rogue, and expressed his. And he wrote verses, the rogue, and expressed his love for me. How could. Let's see, is that lined up? No, it is certainly not. That should be better. I think we were more like there. Oh, all ye saints! Oh, all ye saints! And he wrote verses, the rogue, and he wrote verses, the rogue, and expressed his love for me. And he wrote verses, the rogue, and expressed his love for me. How can I show him the door in a polite way if he turns up again, the rogue? How can I show him the door in a polite way if he shows up again, the rogue? Of course, there are all sorts of ways and means. I can say, this is how it is, I can say, this is how it is. This is how it is. I can say, this is how it is, my salary being so limited. Or scare him off in some way, saying that, taking this and that, and or I could. Or scare him off in some way, saying that, or scare him off in some Or scare him off in some way, saying that taking this and that into consideration, I am forced to make clear that he would have to pay an equal share of the cost of board and lodging, and pay the money in advance. No, damn it all, no! No, damn it all, no! That would, that would, that would be degrading to me. It's not quite delicate. It's not quite delicate. Couldn't I do something like this? Couldn't I do something like this? Suggest to Petrushka that he should annoy him in some way, should be disrespectful, be rude, and get rid of him in that way. Set them at each other in some way. No, damn it all, no! It's dangerous, and again, if one looks at it from... It's dangerous, and again, if one looks at it from that point of view, it's not the right thing at all. It's not the right thing at all. Not the right thing at all. But there, even if he doesn't come, it will be a bad, meant to mute that. But there, but there, but there, but there, but there, but there. But there, even if he doesn't come, it will be a bad lookout too. It will be a bad lookout. It will be a bad lookout too. It will be a bad lookout. It will be a bad lookout. It will be a bad lookout. It will be a bad lookout too. I babbled to him last night. I babbled to him last night. Ah, it's a bad lookout, we're in a bad way. We're in a bad way. Oh, I'm a cursed fool. You can't train yourself to behave as you ought. You can't conduct yourself reasonably. Well, what if he comes and refuses? And God grant he may come. I should be very glad if he did come. Such were Mr. Golyadkin's reflections as he swallowed his tea and glanced continually at the clock on the wall. It's 9:15. It's time to go. And something will happen. What will there be? What will there be there? I should like to know exactly what. I should like to know what exactly I should like to I should like to know what exactly lies. I should like to know exactly lie. I should like to know what exactly lies hidden in this. I should like to know what exactly I should I should like I should like to know what exactly lies hidden in this. That is this. That is that is the object, that is the object, the aim. That is the object, that is the object, the aim, and the various intrigues. It would be a good thing to find out. It would be a good thing to find out what all these. It would be a good thing. It would be a good thing to find out what all these people are plotting, and what will be their first step. And what will be their first step. Mr. Golyadkin could endure it no longer. He threw down his unfinished pipe, dressed, and set off for the office. Mr. Golyadkin could endure it no longer. He threw down his unfinished pipe, dressed, and set off for the office. He threw down his unfinished pipe, dressed, and set. He threw down his unfinished pipe, dressed, and set off. He threw down his unfinished pipe. He threw down his unfinished pipe, dressed, and set off for the office, anxious to ward off the date. There's that plosive sound, and my mic is far away. Must come from the sinuses. He threw down his unfinished pipe, dressed, and set off for the office, anxious to ward off the danger if possible, and to reassure himself about everything by his presence in person. Anxious to ward off the danger if possible, and to reassure himself about everything by his presence in person. Anxious to ward off the danger if possible, and to reassure himself about everything by his presence in person. There was danger. There was danger, he knew himself. There was danger. There was danger. There was danger. He knew himself that there was danger. We will get to the bottom of it. We'll get to the... We will get to the bottom of it, said Mr. Golyadkin, taking off his coat and galoshes in the entry. We'll go into all these matters immediately. We'll go into all these matters immediately. We'll go into all these matters immediately. Making up his mind to act in this way, our hero put himself to rights, assumed to rights, assumed to rights, to rights, to rights, to rights, to rights, to rights, assumed a correct and official air, assumed a correct and official air, and was just about to pass into the adjoining room, when suddenly, in the very doorway, he jostled against his acquaintance of the day before, his friend and companion. His friend and companion. Mr. Golyadkin Jr.'s. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. seemed not to notice Mr. Golyadkin Sr., though they met almost nose to nose. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. seemed to be busy, to be hastening somewhere, was breathless. He had such an official, such a business-like air that it He had such an official, such a businesslike air that it seemed as though anyone could read in his face such a businesslike air that it seemed as though anyone could read in his face. Entrusted with a special commission. "Oh, it's you, Yakov Petrovich. Oh, it's you, Yakov Petrovich." "Oh, it's you, Yakov Petrovich," said our hero, clutching the hand of his last night's visitor. Presently, excuse me, tell me about it afterwards. Presently, excuse me. Presently, excuse me. Tell me about it afterwards. Tell me about it afterwards, cried Mr. Golyadkin Jr., dashing on. Tell me about it afterwards, cried Mr. Golyadkin Jr., dashing on. But excuse me. I believe, Yakov Petrovich, you wanted... What is it? Make haste and explain. At this point, his visitor of the previous night halted, as though reluctantly, and his visitor of the previous night halted as though reluctantly and against his will, and put his ear almost to Mr. Golyadkin's nose. I must tell you, Yakov Petrovich, that I am surprised at behavior which seemingly I would not have expected at all. There's a proper form for everything. Go to His Excellency's secretary and then appeal in the proper way to the directors of the office. Go to His Excellency's secretary. Go to His Excellency's secretary, and then appeal in the proper way to the directors of the office. Have you got your petition? I really don't know, Yakov Petrovich. You simply amaze me, Yakov Petrovich. You certainly don't recognize me. Or with your characteristic gaiety, you are joking. Oh, it's you, said Mr. Golyadkin Jr. said Mr. Golyadkin Jr. Seeming only now to recognize Mr. Golyadkin Sr. So it's you? Well, have you had a good night then? Then, smiling a little, a formal and conventional smile, a formal A formal and conventional. A formal and conventional smile. A formal and conventional smile. By no means the sort of smile that was befitting. By no means the sort of smile that was befitting. By no means the sort of smile. By no means the sort of smile that was befitting. By no means the sort of smile that was befitting. For, after all, he owed a debt of gratitude to Mr. Golyadkin Sr., smiling this formal and conventional smile. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. added that he was Mr. Golyadkin Jr. added that he was very glad Mr. Golyadkin Sr. had had a good night. Then he made a slight bow, and shuffling a little with Mr. Golyadkin Jr. added that he was very glad Mr. Golyadkin Sr. had had a good night. Then he made a slight bow. He made a slight bow, and he made a slight bow. He made a slight bow, and shuffling a little with his feet, looked to the right and to the left, then dropped his eyes to the floor, made for the side door, and muttering in a hurried whisper that he had a special commission, dashed into the next room. He vanished like an apparition. Well, this is queer. Well, this is queer. Well, this is queer, muttered our hero, petrified for a moment. This is queer. This is a strange circumstance. At this point, Mr. Golyadkin felt as though he had pins and needles all over. At this point, Mr. Golyadkin felt as though he had pins and needles all over him. At this point, Mr. Golyadkin felt as though he had pins. Mr. Golyadkin felt as though he had pins and needles. Mr. Golyadkin felt as though he had pins and needles all over him. Mr. Golyadkin felt as though he had pins and needles all over him. However, he went on to himself as he made his way to the department. However, I spoke long ago of such a circumstance. I spoke long ago of such a circumstance. I had a presentiment long ago that he had a special commission. Why, I said yesterday that the man must certainly be employed on some special commission. Have you finished copying out the document you had yesterday, Yakov Petrovich? Anton Anton Antonovich Syutochkin. Anton Antonovich Syutochkin. Anton Antonovich Syutoch. Anton Antonovich Syutoch. Anton Antonovich Syutoch. Anton Antonovich Syutochkin asked Mr. Golyadkin when the latter was seated next to him. When the latter was seated next when the latter was seated next when the latter was seated beside him. When the latter was seated beside him. When the latter was seated beside when the latter was seated beside him. When the latter was seated beside him. When the latter was seated beside when the latter was seated beside him. Have you got it here? Yes. Yes. Murmured Mr. Yes. Yes. Murmured Mr. Golyadkin. Yes. Murmured Mr. Golyadkin, looking at the head clerk with a rather... Yes. Yes. Murmured Mr. Golyadkin, looking at the head clerk. Murmured Mr. Golyadkin, looking at the head clerk with a... Murmured Mr. Golyadkin, looking at the head clerk with a rather helpless glance. That's right. I mention it because That's right. I mention it because Andrei Filipovich had asked for it twice. I'll be bound His Excellency wants it. Yes, it's finished. It's finished. Well, that's all right then. I believe Anton Antonovich. I believe Anton Anton. I believe Anton. I believe Anton Anton. I believe Anton Antonovich. I have always performed my duties properly. I'm always scrupulous over the work entrusted to me by my superiors, and I attend to it conscientiously. Yes. Why, what do you mean by that? Why, what do you mean by that? Why, what do you mean by that? I mean nothing, Anton Antonovich. I only want to explain, Anton Antonovich, that... I only want to explain, Anton Antonovich, that I meant to express come now. I meant to express that spite and I meant to express that spite and malice sometimes spare no person whatever in their search for their daily and in their search for their daily and in their search for their daily 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 and revolting food. In their search for their daily and revolting food. Daily and daily and revolting food, daily and revolting food, daily and daily and revolting food, daily and revolting food. Excuse me, I don't quite understand you. What person are you alluding to? I only meant to I on I only meant to say, Anton Antonovich, that I'm seeking the straight path, and I scorn that I'm seeking the straight path, and I scorn going to work in a roundabout way. And I scorn going to work in a roundabout way. That I am not one to intrigue, and that, if I may be allowed to say so, that I am not one to intrigue, and that, if I may be allowed to say so, I may very justly be proud of it. Yes, that's quite so, and to the best of my comprehension, I thoroughly... Yes, that's quite so, and... Yes, that's quite so, and to the best of my comprehension, and to the best of my comprehension, and to the best of my comprehension, I thoroughly endorse your remarks. But allow... Yes, that's quite so, and to the best of my comprehension, I thoroughly endorse your remarks. I thoroughly endorse your remarks. But allow me... But allow me to tell you, Yakov Petrovich, that personalities are not quite permissible in good society, that personalities are not quite permissible in good society, that I, for instance, am ready to put up with anything behind my back, for everyone's abused behind his back, but to my face, if you're pleased. But to my face, if you're pleased. But to my face, if you please, my good sir, But to my face, if you please, my good sir, I don't allow anyone to be impudent. I've grown gray in the government service, sir, and I don't allow anyone to be impudent to me in my old age. No, Anton Antonovich. No, Anton Anton. No, Anton Anton. No, Anton Antonovich. You see, Anton Antonovich, you haven't quite caught my meaning. You haven't quite caught my meaning. To be sure, Anton Antonovich. To be sure, Anton Antonovich, I, for my part, could only think it an honor. To be sure, Anton Antonovich, I, for my part, could only think it an honor. To be sure, Anton Antonovich, I, for my part, could only think it an honor. Well, then, I ask for your pardon, too. We've been brought up in the old school. We've been brought up in the old school. We've been brought up in the old school. We've been brought up in the old school, and it's too late for us to learn your newfangled ways. I believe we've had an understanding enough for the service of our country up to now. For the service of our country up to now. As you are aware, sir, I have an order of merit. As you are aware, sir, I have an order of merit for 20... As you are aware, sir, I have an order of merit for 25 years irreproachable service. I feel it, Anton Antonovich, on my side too. I quite feel all that. But I didn't mean that. But I didn't mean. But I didn't mean that. I am speaking of a mask, Anton Antonovich. Anton Antonovich. A mask? Again, you. I am. Again, you. I am apprehensive that you are taking this too in a wrong sense. That in the sense of my that is the sense of my remarks, as you say yourself, Anton Antonovich. I am I am simply I am simply enunciating a theory that is I am advancing I am advancing the idea, Anton Antonovich, that a person who wears a mask may be that person that is I am advancing the idea, Anton Antonovich, that persons who wear a mask must become far from uncommon, and that nowadays it is hard to recognize the man beneath the mask. Well, do you know, it's not altogether so hard. Sometimes it's fairly easy. Sometimes one need not go far to look for it. Sometimes one need not go far to look for it. No, you know, Anton Antonovich, I say of myself that I say of myself that I, for instance, do not put on a mask except where there is need of it. That there is simply at that that is simply at carnival time or at some festive gathering. That is simply at carnival time or at some festive gathering, speaking in the literal sense. Speaking in the literal sense. But I do not wear a mask before people in daily life. But I do not wear a mask before people in daily life, speaking in another But I do not wear a mask But I do not wear a mask before. No, you know, Anton Antonovich, I say of myself that I, for instance, do not put on a mask except where there is need of it. That is, that is, sim- that is simply at carnival time or at some festive gathering, speaking in the literals. That is simply that is simply at carnival time or at some festive gathering, speaking in the literal sense. That is simply at carnival time or at some festive gathering, speaking in the literal sense. Speaking in the literal sense. Speaking in the literal sense. But that I do not wear a mask before people in daily life, speaking in another less but that I do not wear a mask before people in daily life, speaking in another less obvious sense. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say, Anton. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say, Anton Antonovich. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say, Anton Antonovich. Oh, well, we must drop all this for now. Oh, well, we. Oh, well, but we must drop all this for now. I've no time to spare. Oh, well, but we must drop all this, for now I have no time to spare, said Anton Antonovich, getting up. Said Anton Antonovich, getting up from his seat. Said Anton Antonovich. Said Anton Antonovich, getting up from his seat and collecting some papers. Said Anton Antonovich. Said Anton Antonovich, getting up from his getting said Anton Antonovich, getting up from his seat and getting up from his seat and collecting some papers. Getting up from his seat and collecting some papers in order to report. Getting up from his seat and collecting some papers in order to report. Getting up from his seat and collecting some papers in order to report upon them to His Excellency. In order to report upon them to His Excellency. In order to report upon them to His. In order to report upon them to His Excellency. Your business, as I imagine, will be explained in due course. Your business, as I imagine, will be explained in due course without delay. You will see for yourself whom you should consider and whom you should be. You will see for yourself whom you should consider. You will see for yourself. You will see for yourself whom you should censure and whom you should blame, and thereupon I humbly beg. And thereupon I humbly beg you to spare me from further. And thereupon I humbly beg you to spare me from further. And thereupon I humbly beg you to spare me from further. And thereupon I humbly beg you to spare me from further. And thereupon I humbly. And thereupon I humbly beg you to. And thereupon I humbly beg you to spare me from further private explanations and arguments which interfere with my work. No, Anton Antonovich. No, Anton Antonovich, said Mr. Golyadkin. No, Anton Antonovich, Mr. Golyadkin, turning a little pale, began. Mr. Golyadkin, turning a little pale, began to the. Mr. Golyadkin, turning a little pale, began to the. Mr. Golyadkin, turning a little pale, began to the retreating figure of Anton Antonovich. I had no thought of the kind. I had no thought of the kind. I had no thought of the kind. What does it mean? Our hero went on to himself when he was left alone. What quarter is the wind in now? And what is one to make of this new turn? At the very time when our bewildered and half-crushed hero was setting himself to solve this new question, there was a sound of movement and bustle in the next room. The door opened, and Andrei Filipovich. There was a sound of movement and bustle in the next room. There was a sound of movement and bustle in the next room. The door opened, and Andrei Filipovich, who had been on some business in His Excellency. The door opened, and Andrei Filipovich, who had been on some business in His Excellency's. Who had been on some business in His Excellency's study, appeared breathless in the doorway, and called to Mr. Golyadkin. Appeared breathless in the doorway, and called to Mr. Golyadkin. Appeared breathless in the doorway, and called to Mr. Golyadkin. Knowing that he was wanted and anxious not to keep Andrei Filipovich waiting, Knowing what he wanted and anxious not to keep Andrei Filipovich waiting, Mr. Golyadkin leapt up. Mr. Golyadkin leapt up from his seat. Mr. Golyadkin leapt up from his seat and was in a fitting. Mr. Golyadkin leapt up from his seat. Mr. Golyadkin leapt up. Mr. Golyadkin leapt. Mr. Golyadkin leapt up. Mr. Golyadkin leapt up from his seat. Mr. Golyadkin leapt up. Mr. Golyadkin leapt up. Mr. Golyadkin leapt up from his seat. And as was fitting immediately, bustled for all he was worth. And as was fitting, immediately bustled for all he was worth getting the manuscript. And as was fitting, immediately bustled for all he was worth getting the manuscript that was required finally, neat and ready, and preparing to follow the manuscript and Andrei Filipovich into his Excellency's study. Suddenly, almost slipping under the arms of Andrei Filipovich, who was standing right in the doorway, Mr. Golyadkin Jr. darted into the room. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. darted into the room. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. darted breathlessly into the room. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. darted into the room in breathless haste and bustle, with a solemn and resolutely official air. He bounded straight up to Mr. Golyadkin Sr., who was expecting nothing less than such a visitation. He bounded straight up to Mr. Golyadkin Sr., who was expecting nothing less than such a visitation. Who was expecting nothing less than such a visitation. The papers, Yakov Petrovich, the papers. His Excellency has been pleased to ask for them. His Excellency has been pleased to ask for them. Have you got them ready? Mr. Golyadkin Sr.'s. The papers, Yakov Petrovich, the papers, Yakov Petrovich, the papers. His Excellency has been pleased to ask for them. Have you got them ready? Mr. Golyadkin Sr.'s friend whispered in a hurried. The papers, Yakov Petrovich, the papers. His Excellency has been pleased to ask for them. Have you got them ready? Mr. Golyadkin Sr.'s friend whispered in a hurried undertone. Mr. Golyadkin Sr.'s friend whispered in a hurried undertone. Andrei Filipovich is waiting for you. 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 I know he is waiting without your telling me, said Mr. Golyadkin Sr. I know he is waiting without you telling me, said Mr. Golyadkin Sr. said Mr. Golyadkin Sr., also in a hurried whisper. No, Yakov Petrovich, I did not mean that. I did not mean that at all. Yakov Petrovich, not that at all. I did not mean that at all, Yakov Petrovich, not that at all. I did not mean that at all, Yakov Petrovich, not that at all. No, Yakov Petrovich, I did not mean that. No, Yakov Petrovich, I did not mean that. I did not mean that at all, Yakov Petrovich. I did not mean that at all, Yakov Petrovich, not that. I did not mean that at all. I did not mean that at all. I did not mean that at all. I did not mean that at all, Yakov Petrovich, not that at all. I did not mean that at all, Yakov Petrovich, not that at all. I sympathize with you, Yakov Petrovich, and am moved by genuine interest. Which I most humbly beg you to spare me. Allow me. Which I most humbly beg you to spare me. Allow me. Allow me. You will put it in an envelope, of course, Yakov Petrovich, and you'll put a mark on. You'll put it in an envelope, of course, Yakov Petrovich, and you'll put a mark in the third page. Allow me, Yakov Petrovich. Allow me, Yakov Petrovich. You allow me, if you please. But I say there's a blot. But I say there's a blot there, Yakov Petrovich. Did you know there was a blot there? At this point, Andrei Filipovich called Yakov Petrovich a second. Andrei Filipovich called Yakov Petrovich a second time. One moment, Andrei Filipovich. I'm only just. Do you understand Russian, sir? Oh, one moment, Andrei Filipovich. I'm only just. Do you understand Russian, sir? It would be best if you take it out with a penknife, Yakov Petrovich. You had better rely upon me. You had better not touch it yourself, Yakov Petrovich. Rely upon me. I'll do it with a penknife. Andrei Filipovich called Mr. Golyadkin a third time. But allow me, where's the blot? But allow me, where's the blot? I don't think there's a blot at. But allow me, where's the blot? I don't think there's a. Where's the blot? I don't think there's a. But allow me, where's the blot? I don't think there's a blot at all. It's a huge blot. Here it is. Here, allow me, I saw it here. You just let me, Yakov. You just let me, Yakov Petrovich. I'll just touch it with a penknife. I'll scratch it out with a penknife from true-hearted sympathy. There, like this. See, it's done. It's a huge blot. Here it is. Here, allow me. I saw it. Here, allow me. I saw it here. You just let me, Yakov Petrovich. I'll just touch it with my. Here, allow me. I saw it here. You just let me, Yakov Petrovich. I'll touch it with the penknife. I'll scratch it out with the penknife, like. I'll scratch it out with the penknife from true-hearted sympathy. There, like this. There, like this. See, it's done. At this point, and quite unexpectedly, Mr. Golyadkin Jr. overpowered Mr. Golyadkin Sr. in the momentary struggle that had arisen between them. And in the momentary struggle that had arisen between them, and so, entirely against the latter's will, and suddenly, without rhyme or reason, took possession of the document required by the authorities, and instead of scratching it out with a penknife in true-hearted sympathy as he had perfidiously promised Mr. Golyadkin Sr. I don't know if I can get that entirely out in one breath. At this point, and quite unexpectedly, Mr. Golyadkin Jr. overpowered Mr. Golyadkin Sr. in the momentary struggle that had arisen between them, and so, entirely against the latter's will, suddenly, without rhyme or reason, took possession of the document required by the authorities, and instead of scratching it out with the penknife in true-hearted sympathy as he had perfidiously promised Mr. Golyadkin Sr. And instead of scratching it out with a penknife in true-hearted sympathy as he had perfidiously promised Mr. Golyadkin Sr. Hurriedly rolled it up, put it under his arm, in two bounds was beside Andrei Filipovich, who noticed none of his maneuvers. Put it under his arm, in two bounds, was beside Andrei Filipovich, who noticed none of his maneuvers, and flew with the ladder into the director's room. Mr. Golyadkin remained as though riveted to the spot, holding the penknife in his hand, and apparently on the point of scratching something out with it. Our hero could not yet grasp his new position. He could not at once recover himself. He felt the blow, but thought that it was somehow all right. In terrible, indescribable misery, he tore himself at indescribable misery. He tore himself at last from indescribable misery. He tore himself at last from his seat, rushed straight into the director's room, imploring heaven on the way that it might somehow all be arranged satisfactorily, and imploring heaven on the way that it might somehow all be arranged satisfactorily, and so would be all right. In the furthermost room, which adjoined the director's private room, he ran straight upon Andrei Filipovich in company with his namesake. Both of them were coming back. Both of them were coming back. Mr. Golyadkin moved aside. Both of them were coming back. Mr. Golyadkin moved aside. Andrei Filipovich was talking with a good-humored smile. Mr. Golyadkin Sr.'s namesake was smiling too. Mr. Golyadkin Sr. Mr. Golyadkin Sr.'s namesake was smiling too, fawning upon on fawning upon Doc, fawning upon Andrei Filipovich, and tipping about and tripping about and tripping about at a respectful distance from him, and was whispering something in his and was whispering something in his and was whispering something in his ear with a delighted air. And was whispering something in his ear with a delighted air, to which Andrei Filipovich assented with a gracious nod. And was whispering something in his ear with a delighted air, to which Andrei Filipovich assented with a gracious nod. To which Andrei Filipovich assented with a gracious nod. In a flash, our hero grasped the whole position. The fact was that the work had surpassed his excellence. The fact was that the work had surpassed his The fact was that the work had surpassed his excellency's expectations, as he learned afterwards, and was finished punctually by the time it was needed. And was finished punctually by the time it was needed. His Excellency was extremely pleased with it. It was even said that His Excellency had said, "Thank you." It was even said that His Excellency It was even said that His Excellency had It was even said that His Excellency had said, "Thank you. Thank you" to Mr. Golyadkin Jr., had thanked him warmly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. To Mr. Golyadkin Jr., had thanked him warmly, had said he would remember it on occasion and would never had said that he would remember it on occasion and would never had said that he would remember it on occasion and would never forget it. Of course, the first thing Mr. Golyadkin did was to protest with the utmost vigor of which he was capable. Pale as death and hardly knowing what he was doing, he rushed up to Andrei Filipovich. Pale as death and hardly knowing what he was doing, he rushed up to Andrei Filipovich, but the latter, hearing that Mr. Golyadkin's business was a private matter, refused to listen, observing firmly that he had not a minute to spare even for his own affairs. The curtness of his tone, and his refusal struck Mr. Golyadkin. I had better perhaps try in another quarter. I had better perhaps try in another quarter. I had better appeal to Anton Antonovich. But to his disappointment, Anton Antonovich was not available either. Anton Antonovich was not available either. He too was busy over something somewhere. 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 It is not. That's the expander doing its good work, but a little too well. Ah, it is not without design that he had asked me to spare him. It is not without design that he asked me to spare him explanation and discussion, thought our hero. This was what the old rogue had in his mind. In that case, I shall simply make bold to approach his excellent. In that case, I shall simply make bold to. In that case, I shall. In that case, I shall simply make bold to approach his excellency. Still pale. In that case, I shall simply make bold to approach his excellency. Excellency. Still pale and feeling that his brain was in a complete ferment. Still pale and feeling that his brain was in a complete ferment. Still pale and feeling that his brain was in a complete ferment. And feeling that his brain was in a complete ferment. And feeling that his brain was in a complete ferment. And feeling that his brain was in a complete ferment. And feeling that his brain. And feeling that his brain was in a and feeling that his brain was in a complete ferment. Greatly perplexed as to what he ought to decide to do. Greatly perplexed as to what he ought to decide to do, Mr. Golyadkin. Greatly perplexed as to what he ought to decide. Greatly perplexed as to what he ought to decide to do. Mr. Golyadkin sat down on the edge of the chair. It would have been a great deal better if I had. It would have been a great deal better if it had all been just nothing. It would have been a great deal better if it had all just. It would have been a great deal better if it had all just been nothing. It would have been a great deal better if it had all. It would have been a great deal better if it had all just been nothing. He kept incessantly thinking to himself. Indeed, such a mysterious business was utter. Indeed, such a mysterious business was utterly improbable. In the first place, it was nonsense, and in the first place, it was nonsense, and secondly, it could not happen. Most likely, it was imagination, or most likely it was imagination, or something else happened, and most likely it was imagination, or something else happened, and what really did happen? Most likely, it was imagination, or something else happened, and not really what did happen. Or perhaps I went myself. And somehow mistook myself for someone else. In short, it's an utterly impossible thing. In short, it's an utterly impossible thing. Mr. Golyadkin had no sooner made up his mind that it was an utterly impossible thing than Mr. Golyadkin Jr. flew into the room with paper in both. Then Mr. Golyadkin Jr. Then Mr. Golyadkin Jr. Then Mr. Golyadkin Jr. flew into the room with papers in both hands, as well as under his arms. As well as under his both hands, as well as both hands, as well as under his arms. Mr. Golyadkin had no sooner made up his mind that it was an utterly Mr. Golyadkin had no sooner made up his mind that it was an utterly impossible thing than Mr. Golyadkin Jr. flew into the room with papers in Then Mr. Golyadkin Jr. flew into the room with papers in both hands as well as under his arm, saying two or three words about business to Andrei Filipovich as he passed, exchanging remarks with one, polite greetings with another, and familiarities with a third. Mr. Golyadkin Jr., having apparently no time to waste, seemed on the point of leaving the room. But luckily for Mr. Golyadkin Sr., he stopped near the door to say a few words as he passed two or three. Saying two or three words about business to Andrei Filipovich as he passed, exchanging several remarks with one, polite greetings with another, and familiarities with the third. Mr. Golyadkin Jr., having apparently no time to waste, seemed on the point of leaving the room. But luckily for Mr. Golyadkin Sr., he stopped near the doorway to say a few words as he passed two or three clerks who were at work there. Mr. Golyadkin Sr. rushed straight at him. Mr. Golyadkin Sr. rushed straight at him. As soon as Mr. Golyadkin Jr. saw Mr. Golyadkin Sr.'s movement, he began immediately with great uneasiness, looking about him to make his escape. But our hero already held his last night's guest by the sleeve. Guest by the sleeve. The clerks surrounding the two titular counselors stepped back and waited with curiosity to see what would happen. The senior titular counselor realized that public opinion was not on his side. He realized that they were intriguing against him. Which made it all the more necessary to hold his own now. The moment was a decisive one. Well, said Mr. Golyadkin Jr. Well, said Mr. Golyadkin Jr., looking rather impatiently at Mr. Golyadkin Sr. The latter could hardly breathe. I don't know, he began. In what way to make plain to you the strangeness of your behavior, sir? Well, go on. At this point, Mr. Golyadkin Jr. turned round and winked at the clerk. At this point, Mr. Go... At this point, Mr. Go... At this point, At this point, Mr. Golyadkin Jr. turned round and winked to the clerks. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. turned round and winked to the clerks, standing round as though to give them to understanding that a comedy was beginning. The impudence and shamelessness of your manners with me, sir, in the present case unmask your true character better than any words of mine could do. Don't rely on your trickery. It is worthless. Calm, Yakov Petrovich. Tell me now, how As per the writing of the book and its intention, it's not necessarily the easiest to follow this. The impudence and shamelessness of your manners with me, sir. The impudence and shamelessness of your manners with me, sir, in the present case unmasks your true character better than any words of mine could do. Don't rely on your trickery. It is worthless. Come, Yakov Petrovich. Tell me now, how did you spend the night? Answered Mr. Golyadkin Jr. Okay. Well, I was right the first time, then. Come, Yakov Petrovich. Tell me now, how did you spend the night? Answered Mr. Golyadkin Jr., looking Mr. Golyadkin Sr. straight in the eye. You forget yourself, sir, said the titular counselor, You forget yourself, sir, said the titular counselor, completely flabbergasted, hardly able to feel the floor under his feet. I trust that you will take a different tone. I trust that you will take a different tone. My darling, exclaimed Mr. Golyadkin Jr., making a rather unseemly. My darling, exclaimed Mr. Golyadkin Jr., exclaimed Mr. Golyadkin Jr., making a exclaimed Mr. Golyadkin Jr., making a exclaimed Mr. Golyadkin Jr., making a rather unseemly grimace at Mr. Golyadkin Sr. making a rather unseemly grimace at Mr. Golyadkin Sr., and suddenly, quite unexpectedly, under the pretense of caressing him, he pinched his chubby cheek with 2 fingers. And suddenly, quite unexpectedly, under the pretense... And suddenly, quite unexpectedly, under the pretense of caressing him, he pinched his chubby cheek. He pinched his chubby cheek. He pinched his chubby cheek with 2 fingers. Our hero grew hot as fire as soon as Mr. Golyadkin Jr. noticed that his opponent, quivering in every limb, speechless with rage as red as a lobster, speechless with rage as red as a lobster, speechless with rage as red as a lobster, and exasperated beyond all endurance, might actually be driven to attack him, 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 might actually be driven to attack him. He promptly and in the most shameless way hastened. He promptly and in the most shameless way hastened to. He promptly and in the most shameless way hastened it to be beforehand. Hastened to be beforehand with his victim, patting him 2 or 3 times on the cheek, patting him 2 or 3 times on the cheek, tickling him 2 or 3 times, playing with him for a few seconds in this way, while his victim stood rigid and beside himself with fury. To the no little diversion of the young men, to the no little diversion of the young men standing around. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. ended with a most revolting shamelessness. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. ended with a most revolting shamelessness. Mr. Golyadkin Jr. ended with a most revolting shamelessness by giving Mr. Golyadkin Sr. a poke in his rather prominent stomach, and with a most venomous and suggestive smile said to him, and with a most venomous and suggestive smile, and with a most venomous and suggestive smile, and with a most venomous and suggestive smile said to him, You're mischievous, brother Yakov. You're mischievous, brother Yakov. You are mischievous. We'll be sly. We'll be sly. We'll be sly. We'll be sly. You and I, Yakov Petrovich. We'll be sly. 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 Then, and before our hero could gradually come to himself after the last attack, after the last And before our hero could gradually come to himself after the last attack, after the lo- then, and before our hero could gradually, and before our hero could gradually come to himself after the last, and before our hero could gradually, and before our hero could, and before our hero could gradually come to himself after the last attack, Mr. Golyadkin Jr., with a little smile, with a little smile beforehand to the spectators standing around, suddenly assumed a most businesslike, busy and official air, dropped his eyes to the floor, and drawing himself in, shrinking together, and pronouncing rapidly, on a special commission. He cut a caper with his short leg. He cut a caper with his short leg, and he cut a caper with his short leg. He cut a caper with his short leg. He cut a caper with his short leg. He cut a caper with his short leg, and darted away, and darted away, and darted away, and darted away. He cut a caper with his short leg, and darted away into the next room. Our hero could not believe his eyes, and was still unable to pull himself together. At last, at last, he roused himself, recognizing in a flash, that he was ruined, in a sense annihilated, that he had disgraced himself and sullied his reputation, that he had been turned into ridicule. And treated with contempt in the presence of spectators, that he had been treacherously insulted by one whom he had looked on only the day before, as his greatest and most trustworthy friend, that he had been put to utter confusion. Mr. Golyadkin Sr. rushed in pursuit of his enemy. Mr. Golyadkin Sr. rushed in pursuit of his enemy. Mr. Golyadkin Sr. rushed in pursuit of his enemy. At the moment, he would not even think of the witnesses. At the moment, he would not even think of the witnesses of his ignominy. They're all in a conspiracy together, he said to himself. They stand by each other and set at each other to... They stand by each other and set each other on to attack me. After taking a dozen After taking a dozen after taking a dozen after taking a dozen steps, however, our hero perceived clearly that all pursuit would be vain and useless, and so he turned back. You won't get away, he thought. He thought. He thought. You will get caught one day. The wolf will have to pay for the sheep's tears. With ferocious composure and the most resolute determination, Mr. Golyadkin went up to his chair and sat down upon it, 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 and sat down upon it. You won't escape, he said again. He said again. Now it was not a question of passive resistance. There was a determination and a pugnacity to it all. There was a determination and pugnacity to it all. There was a There we are. There was determination and pugnacity in the air. And anyone who had seen how Mr. Golyadkin at that moment, flushed and scarcely able to restrain his excitement, stabbed his pen into the inkstand, and with what fury he began scribbling on the paper, could be certain beforehand that the matter would not pass off like this, and could not end in a simple, womanish way. In the depth of his soul he formed a resolution, and in the depth of his heart he swore to carry it out. To tell the truth, he still did not quite know how to act, or rather, did not know at all. But never mind, that did not matter. But never mind, that did not matter. That did not matter. Imposture and shamelessness do not pay nowadays, sir. Imposture and shamelessness do not pay nowadays, sir. Imposture and shamelessness, sir, lead to no good, but lead to the halter. 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 Oh, hell. Grishka Otrepyov. Grishka Otrepyov was the only one, sir, who gained by imposture, deceiving the blind people, and even that, not for long. In spite of his last circumstance, Mr. Golyadkin proposed to wait till such a time as the mask should fall from certain persons, and something should be made manifest. For this, it was necessary, in the first place, that office hours should be over as soon as possible. Until then, our hero propo- until then, our hero pro- until then, our hero proposed to take no step. Our hero proposed to take no s- Our hero proposed to take no step. 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 Then, when office hours were over, he would not. Then, when office hours were over, he would take one step. He knew then. He knew then how he. He knew then how he must act after taking that step. How to arrange his whole plan of action to abase the horn of arrogance and crush the snake gnawing the dust in contemptible impotence. To allow himself to be treated like a rag used for wiping dirty boots. Mr. Golyadkin could not, could not, could not, could not, could not. He could not consent to that, especially in the present case. Especially in the present case. Had it not been for that last insult, our hero might have perhaps brought himself to control his anger. He might perhaps have been silent, have submitted, and not have protested too obstinately. He would have just disputed a little. He would just have disputed a little. He would just have disputed a little. Have made us. He would just have disputed a little. Have made a slight. Have made a. Have made a slight complaint. Have proved that he was in the right. Then he would be. Then he would have given a. Then he would have given way a little. Then he would have given way a little. Then he would have given way a little. Then, perhaps, he would have given way a little more. Then he would have come round altogether. Then, especially when the opposing especially when the opposing party solemnly admitted that he was right. Perhaps he would have overlooked it completely. He would have overlooked it completely. He would have overlooked it completely. Would even have been a would even have been a would even have been a little touched. Would even have been a little would even have been a little touched. Little tut, little tut, little tut, little touch, little touched, touched, touched. There might even, perhaps, who could tell, spring up a new, close, warm friendship. Warm friendship on an even broader basis than the friendship of last night. On an even broader basis than the friendship of last night. On an even broader basis than the friendship of last night. Last night. So that this friendship might in the end completely eclipse the unpleasantness of the rather the unpleasantness the unpleasant the unpleasantness of the rather unseemly resemblance of the two individuals, so that both the titular count so that both the titular count the titular counselors the titular counselors the titular counselors might be highly delighted, and might go on living till they were 100, and so on. To tell the whole truth, Mr. Golyadkin began to regret a little that he had stood up for himself and his rights, and had at once come in for unpleasantness, and had at once come in for and had at once I think that little clapping noise is from my lips. Let's see if a bit of balm will help with that. And had at once come in for unpleasantness, and had at once come in for unpleasantness, and had at once come in for unpleasantness, and had at once come in for unpleasantness in consequence. Should he give in? Should he give in? Thought Mr. Golyadkin. Say he was joking. I would forgive him. I would forgive him even more if he would acknowledge it aloud. But I won't let myself be treated like a rag. And I have not allowed even persons very different from him to treat me so. Still less will I permit a depraved person to attempt it. I am not a rag. I am not a rag, sir. I am not a rag, sir. In short, our hero made up his mind. You're in fault yourself, sir, he thought. He made up his mind to protest. He made up his mind to protest. He made up his mind to protest. He made up his mind to protest, and to protest with all his might to the very last. That was the sort of man he was. He could not consent to allow himself to be insulted, still less to allow himself to be treated as a rag, and above all, to allow a thoroughly vicious. He would not consent to allow himself to be insulted, still less to allow himself to be treated as a rag, and above all, to allow a thoroughly vicious man to treat him so. No quarreling, however, no quarreling. Possibly, if someone, for instance, actually insisted on turning Mr. Golyadkin into a rag, he might have done so without opposition or punishment. Might have done so without opposition or punishment. Mr. Golyadkin was himself conscious of this at times, and he would have been a rag, and not Golyadkin. And he would have been a rag, and not Golyadkin. Not Golyadkin. Yes, a nasty, filthy rag. Yes, a nasty, filthy. Yes, a nasty, filthy rag. Fi- yes, yes, a nasty, filthy rag. But the rag would not have been a but the rag would not have been but the rag would not have been a simple rag. It would have been a rag possessed of it would have been a rag possessed of it would have been a rag possessed of dignity. 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 It would have been a rag possessed of feelings and sentiments. Feelings and sentiment. Feelings and sentiments. Feelings and sentiments. Even though dignity was even though even though even though even though even though dignity was defenseless and feelings could not assert themselves and feelings could not assert themselves and lay hidden deep down and lay and lay and lay and lay hidden deep down in the filthy folds of the rag. Still, rag, still, the feelings were there. The hours dragged on. The hours dragged on incredibly. The hours dragged on, and the hours dragged on incredibly slowly. At last, it struck 4. Soon after, all got up. See how long we have here. Okay, we have just one more partial page. Good, because we're already a little over time. Soon after, all got up. All got up. All got up. And, following the head of the department, moved. Soon after, all got up, and, following the head of the soon after, all got up. All got up, and, following the head of the department, and, following the head of the and, following the head of the department, and, following the head of the department, moved each on his homeward way. Mr. Golyadkin mingled with the crowd. Mr. Golyadkin mingled with the crowd. Mr. Golyadkin mingled with Mr. Golyadkin mingled with the crowd. He kept a vigilant lookout. He kept a vigilant lookout, and did not lose sight of the man he wanted. And did not lose sight of the man he wanted. At last, our hero saw that his friend ran up to his office. At last, our hero saw that his friend ran up to the office. Our hero saw that his friend ran up to the office attendants, who handed the clerks their overcoats, and hung about near them, waiting for his in his usual nasty way. And hung about near them, waiting for his, and hung about near them, waiting for his in his usual nasty way. The minute was a decisive one. Mr. Golyadkin forced his way somehow through the crowd, and, anxious not to be left behind, he too began fussing about over his own coat. He, too, began fussing about his overcoat. But Mr. Golyadkin's friend and companion was given his overcoat first because of this. But Mr. Golyadkin's friend and companion was given his overcoat first because on this occasion, too, he had succeeded, as he always did, in making up to them, whispering something to them, cringing upon them, and getting round them. After putting on his overcoat, Mr. Golyadkin Jr. After putting on his overcoat, Mr. Golyadkin Jr. After putting on his overcoat, Mr. Golyadkin Jr. glanced ironically at Mr. Golyadkin Sr., acting in this way openly, acting in this way openly, acting in this way openly and defiant, acting in this way openly and acting in this way openly and defiantly, and acting in this way openly, acting in this way openly and defiantly. Looked about him about him with his characteristic insolence. With his characteristic insolence. Finally, he tripped to and fro among the other clerks. No doubt, in order to leave a good impression on them, saying a word to one, whispered something to another, respectfully accosted a third. Finally, he tripped to and fro among the other clerks, no doubt in order to leave a good impression on them. Said a word to one, whispered something to another, respectfully accosted a third, directed a smile at a fourth, gave his hand to a fifth, and gaily darted downstairs. Mr. Golyadkin Sr. flew after him, and to his inexpressible delight overtook him on the last step, and seized him. Mr. Golyadkin Sr. flew after him. And to his inexpressible delight, overtook him on the last step, and seized him by the collar. And to his inexpressible delight, overtook him on the last step, and seized him by the collar of his overcoat. It seemed as though Mr. Golyadkin Jr. was a little disconcerted. And he looked about him with a helpless air. What do you mean by this? He whispered to Mr. Golyadkin. He whispered to Mr. Golyadkin at last in a weak voice. Sir, if you are a gentleman, Sir, if you are a gentleman, Sir, if you are a gentleman. Sir, if you are a Sir, if you are a gentleman. Sir, if you are... Sir, if you are a gentleman. If you are a gentleman. If you are a gentleman, I trust that you remember our friend... I trust that you remember our friendly relations yesterday. That you remember our friendly relations yesterday, said our hero. Yes. 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 Well, did you sleep well? Did you sleep well? Fury. 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 Here's where the filters bite me. Fury. F, F, F. Fury. Fury. F, 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 F. Fury rendered Mr. Golyadkin Sr. speechless for a moment. Mr. Golyadkin Sr. speechless for a moment. I slept well, sir. But allow me to tell you, sir, that you are playing a very complicated game. Who says so? 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 My enemies say that. My enemies say that. Answered abruptly the man who called himself Mr. Golyadkin, and saying this, he unexpectedly freed himself from the feeble hand of the real Mr. Golyadkin. He unexpectedly freed himself of the feeble hand of the real. He unexpectedly freed himself from the feeble hand of the real Mr. Golyadkin. As soon as he was free, he rushed away from the stairs, looked around him, saw a cab, ran up to it, got in, and in one moment vanished from Mr. Golyadkin Sr.'s sight. The despairing titular counselor, abandoned by all, gazed about him, but there was no other cab. He tried to run, but his legs gave way under him. With a look of open-mouthed astonishment on his countenance. With a look of open-mouthed astonishment on his countenance, feeling crushed and shriveled up, he leaned helplessly against a lamp-post and remained so for some minutes in the middle of the pavement. It seemed as though all were over for Mr. Golyadkin. as though all were it seemed as though all were over. It seemed as though all were over for Miss It seemed as though all were over for Mr. Golyadkin. For Mr. Golyadkin. Okay. So, finally, we are here in the recap and replies section. If you didn't catch the intro, this is where we review what we've just read, and then, if we have anything to add to it, I give my replies, and then afterwards, if you all have any comments, then I respond to them. So let us then begin, since we are quite behind the schedule. Quite. Take a quick scroll back through. In Chapter 8, Golyadkin awakes to find himself completely at odds with who he was acting as yesterday. Completely at odds with who he was acting as yesterday. Completely at odds with who he was acting as last night. He finds himself having been too courteous, obvious, almost desperate. For the position of patronage for Golyadkin Jr. But in any case, work awaits. And so, he rushes to prepare and sends himself off to work. There, he has a conversation with Anton. And here I show myself again. Antonovich. I would have sworn that it was, I guess my chapter keeper is not working with me here. Syutochkin. And there he has a conversation with Anton Syutochkin. He speaks of masks and personalities being plucked from the ether and applied to the individual. And how it seems difficult at times to see beneath, to the true bearer of the mask. Anton not picking up on his meaning is about half offended, proclaiming his seniority and age as reasons to leave off. That Golyadkin Sr. should tend to his own business and not bother him with such affairs. But Golyadkin continues expounding his thought, trying to make it clear that it was not intended as an offense or accusation, but rather that he finds himself one of the few who, not only in the literal, but metaphoric sense, only dons his masks when it is strictly necessary, where others seem inclined to do it at will, often to the ends of leveraging intrigue to their benefit. And then the conversation ends. And then the conversation naturally tapers off. And then the conversation is ended. As Golyadkin is summoned to present a paper he was assigned by His Excellency. Andrei Filipovich calls out his name, and he goes and rushes off to the office. And just as he does so, Golyadkin Jr. slips in past him, begins whispering in his ear all sorts of things. You have it, yes, of course you have it. But there's a blotch here. Let me get that for you with my penknife. Hounding and harrying and carrying on. Golyadkin Jr. confuses Senior for a moment. Compels Senior to take out his own penknife and scratch it out. In lieu of the offers of Junior. And then Junior snatches the papers out from under him. Enters the director's room with Andrei, and then presents it as if it were his own work. This leaves Senior stunned, especially when Junior is said to have been given a warm thank you and high honors from the Excellency. That said was about slipping off. And said to be given high honors by His Excellency. Junior then, after all is said and done, tries to waltz his way out. But Senior will not stand for this. He attempts to apprehend him, to confront him, out in the midst of the office. When Junior wryly winks and nods at his peers about them, and then turns to face Senior, he handily parries the accusations that Senior throws at him, and then japes, jeers, plays little games, generally messes with Senior, to embarrass and debase him, make light of him. and show he is not so serious after all. And indeed then to accuse Senior, and then indeed to accuse Senior himself of being the rascal. Well, at the end point, at the end, which Junior again trips and jumbles off. Senior is left in a pallorous rage, furious at having been belittled and treated as a rag. He settles back down at his desk, contemplates his plans, waits for the day's work to end, observes Junior playing his social games and politics around the office, gets his coat after Junior, and then darts off after him. At the very bottom of the stairs to the place, he snatches him up by the collar, whips him around, and then asks him what the hell he's been doing, especially after begging Senior his patronage the night before. Junior being caught out is, of course, stunned. But once more he parries Senior with hasty, half-thought words to disarm him. And besides overpowering suddenness, he wrenches free from Senior's grasp, feeble as it is. Zips off to a nearby cab. And escapes Senior's clutches for the time. Golyadkin Senior is distraught, discordant, in despair, and so sinks down to the pavement under a lamppost, and so sinks down once more, as in the course of recent days, onto the pavement and below a lamppost. Defeated. And in ruins. Okay. Insofar as what Chapter 8 does, we can see here made very explicit some of the key theming that runs throughout the entire book. But still, in Dostoyevsky's kind of indirect style, subtly, but still explicitly, something many writers are incapable of squaring between one another. In that, at least in one interpretation, Junior and senior are two sides of the same coin, in the same way as many people have not just dichotomies, but all kinds of arrangements and gradients, poles, or networks of personae. Specifically, the agent operative word here being personae, masks that one plies to themselves, picks up and sets down, trades out, and moves around to their own ends for their own impulses, to their own ends. Impulses and desires, whatever they happen to be. And desires, whatever they happen to be. And that specifically in the case of Golyadkin, these are a triflesome, extroverted personality as against a meek, subordinate, subsidiary personality. But more generalized, we can think of, even in the interactions with other characters thus far, while made most stark, so orthogonal, completely non-intersecting in any of their points. In Golyadkin, every single one of them has their specific personae, which they don and doff. They all have different socially coded reactions, conditioned responses. Exacting mannerisms, intersubjectively developed within the given context, the given society. And while, of course, there is much to mine here philosophically from the double, if there were any most difficult to contest point which could be extracted, I would have to say, frankly, that it's this. That individuals participating in a social circumstance are not islands. That no one's individual behaviors are truly ever free from a collective, even if no other humans engage with them. There's still the environment which shapes and is shaped by the individual that conditions how these personalities come into being, how they are begotten, to use one of my own terms. Or put more succinctly, in my own terms, that practices, habituations, patterns of agents, are all necessarily reflexive, self-related, not just to the individual as a corporeal thing, but all of the others and non-agent objects surrounding and encompassing them. And that some specific expressions of this state of affairs are always inexorably formed, and that all expressions of this explicitly, inexorably, are in a relationship that forms, and is formed by this participation. Okay, so now that we have like an hour left, we can get on to Yes, Your Grace. But first, I think I'm going to take a quick break, a quick recess, and then we will be back. Okay, let's get all centered back up here. That looks quite good. And let's see if we can get a wee bit closer up towards the top. Speaking of, I got my monitor moved over here now, so it should be easier, less obtrusive to all of the recordings that we do. And that looks fair enough. So, let us get into, yes, Your Grace. And get whatever that was out of my eye. Okay, so we're here at week 19 coming up. Yes, Carnival. Rare Witch. Okay. And Elena is off for a time. 11 weeks until Redovia comes. I'm not sure if I'm too happy about that. But we're at week 19. Alright, General, what have we? A nearby river has dried up. The residents have been carrying water to their homes from a lake for days. I helped them with my horse, and now they have extra water saved for a few days. I made sure they knew it was thanks to the king. Well, much obliged. We could definitely use that happiness boost, that's for sure. Lady Lena, you have called for me, Your Grace? Yeah, I have. Now, I think I asked her about all of the, questions about all of the... No, I don't think that, I asked her that. But she happens to have an animal tooth that she holds for protection against monsters and such. Good to know. I have found a letter. Take a look at this letter. Take a look at this letter. It has beautiful drawings of flowers all around it. Do you know anything about it? Flowers? There are lords in my area that decorate their letters sometimes. Do you have your letters decorated too? Sometimes we do, Your Grace. But only very important letters, like wedding invitations. What do you usually decorate the letters with? Roses. We always have roses. It's a symbol of love, after all. And what about this file? What do you know about that? I found this near Branca. Can you tell me anything about it? It looks like a potion file. I don't know much about potions myself. Well, that's a lot less useful, but at least we got some info about the animal tooth. And now for the dreaded question. So about that marriage, have you recognized or reconsidered my offer, Your Grace? Have you reconsidered my offer, Your Grace? I think we should proceed with the marriage. I think the marriage is a good idea. I've heard wonderful things about your boy, and I'm sure Sonya will be delighted to be his wife. Also, we could definitely make use of your army. Laying it on there thick, Eric. Oh, that's most wonderful. The day we defeat Redovia is the day we will celebrate. Okay. Yeah, I'll happily take the marriage afterwards. Okay. I'll do that. And 300 men. That's a lot better. That's a lot better indeed. Lady Elida, what have you to say? Rumors spread fast, Your Grace. I've heard what's coming from behind the mountains. I can help. I want to. However, there's a small catch, as you probably anticipated. These times aren't easy for any of us, and so I have a favor to ask. A delicate matter, actually. It seems to me that you don't know of the curse that plagues Lena's family. Can the curse be lifted? Is there a way to lift the spell? There is. That's why Lena is desperately looking for someone to marry her son, to lift the bane. The problem is, you can't completely get rid of it. If her son gets married, it is said that the spell will move on to the bride, and she will die the following night. Are you willing to risk this? I don't have many other choices, honestly. It's the most I can do. Thank you for the warning. You are most welcome. I would strongly reconsider Asalia's marriage arrangement, though. I will consider your advice, be sure. I will consider, but I can't promise anything. Peasant? Your Grace, I'm a sorcerer from the market. Well, excellent. Your petitioners often visit me, if you refuse to help them. I aid as many people as I can for very little in return. It's often enough. I've actually played through this week. Why didn't it save? That's odd. Ah well. It's often not enough to cover all the ingredients I need for potions. As it stands, I'm out of most of my ingredients at the moment, and the queue to my place isn't any shorter than yours. Would you please be able to help out with some extra gold? 18 gold? Nah, man, I can't. But what about the witch? Our witch has her own set of potions. If we send her to help you for a few weeks, you can make some more gold to buy more ingredients. A witch? No wonder people come back to me so sick. All a witch can do is lie. Witches cannot heal people. Are you trying to insult me, Your Grace? Huh. I will pass on this ridiculous offer. Alright, fine then. Don't take my help. Oh boy, Turlando. Ahem. Ahem. To you I come, a truly humble kind. I hope I find you well and good shape and mind. Your Grace, this is Turlando. Wait a minute. Yeah, I have definitely played through this week. Okay. Well, in order to not spend so much time, I will... I believe that I remember most of the options I chose here. Yeah, you can have my general, that's fine. And peasant. I don't have 12 gold, and I don't have a general, I'm sorry. And Andre? No wonder I thought that Lana had told me about the tooth before. Right. Out the room. Go. Thank you. And I think this is where we found Asalia and her friend. Yep. And I presented this. She would stay safe. I forgot about that. Well, at least on going back to her, she seemed fair enough. Alright, and now our investigation table. Yes. Okay. At least we're finding some more things about here. Then there's that black rooster. Nothing, no matter how many times I click. Very well. And Aurelia. Nothing new from you. Nothing new in the dungeon, I would suspect, but... Yes. Still that gaping hole in the roof. Ah, yes. Now, who exactly did I invite? I genuinely don't remember. Oh no. You know what? In order to preserve game state, let's go back. I'll go back in my menus and see. Pull up my last stream. Oh, that's not what I intended to do. Go back, please. Thank you. And back to Affirmative Horizons. Back in July. Wow. Hard to believe. No wonder I didn't recall that we were at week 20. It's been some time, everybody. I'm glad to be back. Okay. I think I found the section. Did I follow the same path from left to right? And... oh. I think I invited Lena again. So that I could finalize the marriage. Well, we broke in game state a little bit, okay? Well, that's fine. I didn't, in my previous playthrough, accept the marriage immediately. But there were things. Well, Eaton is hostile, Lures is on our side, Masha is on our side, Ada... I don't care about Grego. I haven't even met these three. I do need gold. I need gold real bad. Besides just men. Maybe I can get Jovan. They certainly seem like they've got gold. They might be willing to part with it for something. Yeah, let's get him coming. Okay. And... just barely scraping through. Are we losing gold? I think we are. But we're gaining in plenty of, supplies, so that's good at least. Alright, on to the week which we never got to before. What say you, Pigeon? Dear father, King Evo greatly mourns the loss of his father. The funeral took place as soon as we arrived at Atana. Talus is sorely missed amongst the lords and advisors. Together with King Evo, we prayed for justice for his father. They say he's in a better place now. The journey home helped King Evo clear his head, and he realizes that, as King of Davern, you didn't have anything to do with poisoning his father. Holy shit, thank fuck we're off the hook for that. At least so far, let's keep reading. Although you and King Evo didn't part in the friendliest manner, King Evo wishes to apologize for his words, but says that his advisors forced him to stand by his decision. Okay, well, never mind then. King Evo wishes to send you support, as his father promised, but his hands are tied until the royal trial is concluded. He counts on your quick investigation into the murder, which he believes will prove your innocence. Yours, Lursulia. Blessed that we have $1 who cares. $1? One daughter who cares. King Evo. Still can't get used to that. I suppose no one imagined Evo taking the throne so soon. It's good that at least he knows I didn't poison Talus. We will still need to convince his advisors and lords. They will need to see the murderer before they support sending their whole army to help Davern. We will find the one responsible, I'm sure. Let's ask Lursulia something else. Well, we're finally in a position to ask about Dusty. That ought to make, Sidani very happy. Ask her about the cat. Tell her Sidani keeps pestering me. Very well, Your Grace. I will write her a letter. We should anticipate a reply within a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's only taken, several months to get that, out of the way. We're going for you, Sidani. We got you. Well, there's Elena, our witch. Your Grace, I have found a match from the substance in this vial to the poison used on Talus. So it's quite certain that this vial was used to poison Talus. But what would it be doing near Bronca? I don't know, Your Grace. Thank you for this. It'll be useful in our investigation. Yes, it will. Very much so. Now, we have maps around here. And we could send... Let's see what our people here need first. Jovan? Lord Jovan, Your Grace. My condolences about Talus' death. I've heard about Radovia. I will help you with them. 120 men will be at your command. I will also give you 5 gold, but only if Sir Friedrich joins your ranks. I wouldn't want to upset him. Who the hell is Sir Friedrich? Who's Sir Friedrich? Battle for Brianna? You must have heard. He led the defense force, repelled an army 5 times bigger. My superior officer. I served under his banner. Although it's been many years, we keep in contact. We train together. Recent years haven't been easy for him, I must say. Anything more? Do I get to accept? Do I get to deny? Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you, Jovan. I'll send a pigeon right away. Not to worry, Your Grace. I'm sure Sir Friedrich will help. It's just a formality. Will you join my banner? Convince Sir Friedrich to join, and I will also help your cause. I can surely try. But what about this animal tooth? You know anything about it? I have found this in my wine cellar. Can you tell me anything about it? You have an extensive library, Your Grace. Don't you have a bestiary you could look at? I don't think we keep any bestiaries in our library. I don't either. I think someone who has personally dealt with lots of animals would know more about this tooth. What about this letter? This letter is written on a very intricately decorated parchment. Do you know where it could have come from? Some lords use fancy paper to show off their wealth, but I don't know anyone who does that. And what about this file? I found this near Bronca. Can you tell me anything about it? Files have many uses today. They can be used in preparing and storing poisons, or storing potions and spices, or even as ornaments. This one is nicely decorated, but it has been used to hold some sort of substance. That's all I can think of, I'm afraid. Very well. Thank you, Lord Jovan. As you please, Your Grace. Well, time to send out for Sir Friedrich. He has a fair sum of men on his own terms, too. Supplies and gold. Let's see. Peasant? Your Grace, where I come from, there's an odd fog surrounding the nearby forest. Anyone who goes in the fog disappears without trace. A few local adventurers came forward. They said they would find the one responsible, but they never came back. We're thinking the fog turns people into frogs, bugs maybe. There's plenty of them in the forest, but no signs of the people who go in there. I think this is a task for the witch. Perhaps the fog has some magical origin. It would be best to send a witch to check on it. Perhaps she can handle the situation. Of course, fight magic with magic. You've got a smart head on your shoulders, no wonder you're the king. It's nice to get some praise here for a change. Peasant? Oh, Your Grace, my boy, my dearest grandchild. Got himself into big trouble, Your Grace. He asked me not to come here, but I don't know where else to go. Only selling to begin with, but he recently started using it as well. He was over the moon, so happy and giggly at first. Even tried convincing me to use it to relax, but I'm no lady that gets involved in this nasty business. Now he's very ill, Your Grace. Can't leave the bed, my poor baby. He keeps asking to bring him some more dust, but I know this is the cause of his illness for sure. He tells me it'll make him feel better. I have no heart to look at him in this state, barely moving, with skin as blue as blueberries. Please help, Your Grace. Well, I don't have gold for a healer, and I don't have a witch. But I'll try. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't help. I can't help your grandson. He needs to stay strong until his illness passes. Make sure he stays hydrated and don't let him take any more of the dust. He'll come out of it. I really hope he does, Your Grace. I don't know what I'd do without him. Yeah, I don't have 23 gold by any means. Cook? Your Grace! A rooster has been running around our kitchen for days, but we finally managed to catch him. It was a beautiful bird. We couldn't keep him, as we already have a rooster, but it made a delicious broth. Sedani is gonna fucking flip. Our staff liked it so much I thought I'd bring some for you to try. I'm not sure where this chick came from, but it was surely well fed. Oh, Sedani is going to kill me. Why couldn't you ask me first? For real, man? Where else do you see a big black rooster? Where, huh? Does word not spread from beyond this throne room? We have a magic man with magic plans and perhaps even magic hands who comes here, offers us a truth-seeking rooster, and this doesn't get out to the public? How? Pray tell. This was my daughter's pet. Oh, Your Grace, I didn't know. My apologies. Okay. It's fine. I hope she doesn't need him now that Stabber is gone. I better check on her later. I feel like he was actually the poisoner, and I just made a poor mistake. Or, he could have not been the poisoner, and in fact firing him would have let the poisoner come in. Decisions. Yeah, I thought so. I thought you were supposed to be away. There was an animation for that. Ah, well. To the gardens. How you guys doing? Yes, father. Not much to say. That's reasonable. Understandable. At least she hasn't stormed off to her room like Asulia had. And to the council chamber. At least we have some of that here. We're so close to finishing. Sedani, I got bad news for you, girl. Your Grace, I had to let the rooster go, Sedani. Finally, King of Davern has a nice way of phrasing things. A tactful way. Not, hey, your rooster was turned into a delicious broth, but instead, sorry girl, I had to let it go. It's good to see there's some wit written into the character of Eric. I let the rooster free. We surely did, in a manner of speaking, from a certain point of view. I'm sorry. He really wanted to get outside these castle walls. He's going to be happier if he's free. Thank you, Your Grace. I wanted to do this myself. He wasn't suited to be an agent. All he did was poop everywhere. As a rooster is wont to do. I'm glad you set him free, Father. I'm glad too. Please be careful with these animals, Silly Pickle. I am your grace. Let's hope. I can only imagine what the next one will be. Aurelia, have you anything to add? Nope. I'm sure you will. Nothing in the dungeon, I suspect? Not at all. Well, I guess that's the end of the day, then. I really wanted to send my general out, and I just realized that I got ahead of myself. Shit. But we are breaking even with our gold. That's not too bad. And we're still gaining in supplies, surprisingly. There's been worse weeks, that's for sure. Week 21. Alright, General, what can you tell me? I return from Mr. Torlando, Your Grace. I don't know much about writing, but this guy seems to know what he's doing. I'm just a little perplexed as to why he asks so many questions about my underwear. Because Torlando got that tornado, he wants you to torrumble. That's why, General. That would be why. Man's as gormless as they come. Hello, Sir Friedrich. At your service, Your Grace. I'm looking for allies. Lord Jovan mentioned you could help. Ah, yes, I have heard of your troubles, Your Grace. Radovians lack proper training, but gods know what they have at their disposal. My 80 men, 4 gold, and 2 supplies will be a great boon. As a noble knight, it is my duty to help those in need. However, I cannot allow liars to taint a knight's honor. The battles for Brianna, Geldu. Under my command, the army of the two-headed bird was defeated. I have lost 3 fingers in my time. I have endured many broken bones. But Noski, not a single scar. Even the finest swordsmen bear scars. Many have fought and died. That Noski? Show me a single person who can confirm his accomplishments. Someone who actually saw him in a fight. For all we know, it's just prettily worded lies. Noski is a deceiving liar, and I ask for you to help me prove it. Who is Noski? This fellow's got under your skin. Who is he? Noski the Dragon Slayer, he calls himself. Thinks he's a knight, but he's far from it. He usually travels around quite a bit, but I hear people have seen him around Davern recently. If you meet him, he'll surely tell you the same story he tells everyone. There was something about a griffin and a tree. He sets the tree on fire, and the big griffin comes to save her cubs, but catches her wings on fire, drops down, and finishes her off? It doesn't matter. It's always the same story, different details. I have heard enough. What is it that you need help with, did you say? Tell him that there's a Lishaz in the nearby forest. The creature's just a story, and of course it's not there. See what he says, though. If he brings you proof, then we catch him red-handed. Help me show everyone what he's really made of, and I will stand by your side in one more battle. That is all. As you please, Your Grace. Sounds easy enough. Except he will come back with proof, I'm sure. Hey, banker. I hear your treasury isn't in the best shape. No. That's all. I got my boon. Now I want my 10 gold a month back, per week back, thank you very much. Sadani. Is that another pet of yours you've got there, Silly Pickle? What is it this time? I'll have a choice? A mouse? A stick insect? A lizard? Choices. I'm going with a lizard. Have a scaly boy right there. A lizard would be interesting. Too difficult to take care of. But this, it's just some silly toy. Recruiting agents is far more difficult than you would imagine. Yeah, as I've discovered. Why the agents? What are you planning to use them for, silly pickle? It's to save Lorsulia and Dusty from the evil prince. When my agents are ready, we will take Lorsulia back home. My agents will be best friends with Dusty. Maybe I will let you use them one day too, if you're good. Silly pickle, Evo is not evil. Besides, he's no prince, he's a king now. Atana is really far away too. Well, those seem like good points, but you do your job, I do mine. The absolute unbridled sass of this little girl. She's gonna grow up to be a great heiress one day. Let's see that toy. It's quite unusual, isn't it? Doesn't look like it came from our country. Where'd you get it from? Maya gave it to me. It brings luck, she says. I see. Go on for now, Sadani. See if you can find more agents. Yes, Father. Your Grace. I need to see that friend of Asalia. Merchant? Your Grace, normally I wouldn't bother you, but I have no other choice. I'm a merchant delivering goods from one place to the other. I sell trinkets of all sorts. Alright, what do you sell? What wares do you have? Paintings, vintage scrolls, historical relics. I even once had the wooden leg of Vlod the Spindleshanks. Yeah! It went for a crazy 200 pieces of gold. But none of that matters now, as I was robbed on my way back to my hometown, Prevesk. And if I'm not mistaken, now you need funds to carry on with your journey. Correct! You really know your stuff, Your Grace. I would need 23 gold to get back on my feet. I am a businessman, so I know how to invest this money. I will make a profit in no time. I will repay you as soon as I can, with interest, of course. I ain't got no gold, friend, sorry. You'll have to find someone else to help you. What? Why not help a truly honest man? Hump. Vlod the Spindleshanks. That was a good one. Yeah, I think you're also a fraud. Wouldn't have helped you if I wanted to. Alright. Up, come on. And now, let's see about Noaski. Noski? His business. Go. Alright, let's see about, Maya. And Asalia while we're at it. Yes, Father? Sidani's toy. Explain this, Asalia. It's a toy? Yes, Sidani got this toy from Maya. I've seen this toy before. Maya, you're not from Baravia, are you? My family, we travel a lot. Oh, rare queen appearance. I was passing by, but I heard all the racket here. Is everything all right, darling? Look at this toy, Aurelia. I recognize this. Of course you do. We saw one just like it when we were robbed by Bayron 13 years ago. Where did you get this toy from, Maya? My parents travel a lot. We are traveling merchants. They must have bought it somewhere? Your accent, this toy. You're from Redovia. Tell me you didn't know about this, Asalia? Father, please, no! Don't do anything to her. It's all my fault. I asked her to visit us. We're planning for battle. We're planning to repel an attack. But Redovians are already in my castle. Look at what you did to your father, Eric. King's down again. He's gonna die of a stroke real quick like if he keeps up like this. Oh, you're up. Eric, that's twice now. Asalia's friend is a Redovian. We're preparing for war against them, and yet they're already here. Yes, I had a chat with them already. Asalia won't be seeing her friend anymore. I decided not to kill her, but I banished her from the castle. She's just a girl. Perhaps, but what kind of message does it send? Our daughter playing with the enemy in our castle? You didn't consider letting her stay, did you? Yeah? Now, it is possible that she's a spy. But at the same time, she is still just a girl. Just a young child. Even if she is just an agent, an informant, a spy. If we keep our operational security in check, I don't think it's a big problem. I don't think that she'll find what she's looking for. Besides, it's like the only friend that Asalia has. And we need her on our side, like, now. She is a child. As I said, Maya is just a girl. Perhaps she's not even aware of the war. What if she's a spy? How else would they know Lursulia married Evo? Doesn't matter anymore, does it? He's gone. You collapsing? The two of us not being able to conceive an heir? Break your promise and you shall be punished. Your kingdom will be fertile, but you won't see a successor amongst your offspring. Isn't that how it went? When I promised my firstborn daughter to Bayron, I didn't do it because I was afraid of the witch. I did it to protect us. At the time, I thought Bayron was a fool for agreeing to this. Surely a bandit wouldn't be able to travel such a distance, enter the throne room, and dare to ask a king for his daughter. And yet here we are. I'm telling you, it's the witch. I don't think so. How else could he become a king? How else could they threaten war? How else that you couldn't have a son? You might be right. I will look into the curse, darling. Alright, so first of all, the issue with not being able to have an heir has nothing to do with not being able to have a son. It's the fact that you guys are patrilineal only. Alright? You could be perfectly well off well before any of these problems arose if you just allowed a daughter to ascend to the throne. Easy as. But this is what it gets you if you're just gonna stay rigid on your traditions. I will see if we can do it right away. At least I can help take some of this burden from your shoulders. Thank you. I feel better now. It's time to get up. I guess I'd better see Asalia. Yeah? Yeah, I guess you shall. I didn't expect him to collapse like that. But he is gonna have an aneurysm sometime soon, so... Yes, Father? About Maya. I'm sorry, Father, I didn't want to hurt you. I know. I'm fine. Just not that young anymore. Doctors say tense situations can have this kind of effect. I didn't want to upset you, Father. But why the war, Father? Isn't life difficult enough as it is? Why make things harder for one another? I know that Maya is from Radovia. When she told me, my heart froze up. I knew it meant trouble. But I got to know her. They're not bad. They're just like us. Not barbarians, as Mother likes to call them. They attacked our villages. Of course, there are bandits, thieves. Doesn't mean they are all like this. You're king, Father. Tell me, did you never have to punish a thief or a bandit who was from Davern? No. Just because one person did bad things doesn't mean we're all bad. I just don't understand why we have to fight. They threatened us. They want to take over our castle. What if you just got it all wrong? We can't risk it, Asalia. It's all very complicated. That's a great shame, Father. But who knows? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Yeah. It's the human condition, my dear. Unfortunate as it is. Sadani, do you have any comment? Nope. But we do have a couple of free agents now. I was just here. To the dungeon. Nothing from you? I didn't suspect so. But let's find ourselves the map. And we will send... the witch? Nope. Instead, we will send the general. Yep. And in the week. What the hell? I would have thought for sure that we'd be making gold, not losing it now that we paid off our debt. Well, I guess that we're still making gains elsewhere, so it's not that bad. Okay, well, let's keep her going. Grevno, week 22. Audrey, you finally have something to say? Your Grace, we will have the royal trial when Evo arrives, right before the battle. This way he can attend the trial himself. I hope we are going to be ready by then. We still have some time to prepare, so make sure that we do our best to find the perpetrator. Remember that our agents can be of use to investigate the items we found. I know, Audrey. Everything will be fine. General, what can you tell me? Your Grace, the farmers kept having problems with birds eating their planted seeds. The silly folk didn't think to put up a scarecrow, so I helped them with it. This seems to be enough for now, and the farmers were quite happy with it. They gave me some packs of supplies in return. Hey, nice. I'll happily have that. Elena, what did you figure out? Your Grace, I have cleared the fog out of the forest, at least for now. No signs of anyone there, though. Perhaps what they say is true. The spirits of the forest may change people into animals to keep them at bay. Nonetheless, I've fulfilled my task, I suppose. Thank you. No more fog frog for now. Or frog fogs. Dragon Slayer? Your Grace, it is I, Noisky, the Dragon Slayer, bowing low before you, also known as Grophos the Great, Wanos the Wise, Pieter the Powerful. The royal wedding was fantastic. Well, until you know, the food was first class. Yeah, for everyone but Talus. But amongst all of the pleasures, I didn't have a chance to introduce myself. Well, who are you? I didn't quite catch that. Who are you again? But have you never heard of me? It is I, Noisky the Dragon Slayer. It is I, Noisky the Dragon Slayer. I killed the dragon in the eastern forests. Would you like to hear about my fierce battle with the foul worm, Your Grace? Sure. I'm all ears. The beast was fast. Not the cinematic zoom! Its sharp claws could tear human skin with absurd ease. I stole into its home forest with great care and planned a path to its defeat. The dragon's nest was the very top of a mighty oak tree overlooking a rushing river. Clever as I am, I noticed that the nest was full of hatchlings. Mucky little dragon puppies. I chopped down the tree while the big one wasn't there. The great oak creaked. Groaned, and fell straight into the furious river underneath, taking the dragon's young with it. The squeak of the little dragons carried far, and so the big beast herself appeared. Desperately trying to save her babies from the brutal current, she kept crashing into one boulder after another. At last, she dragged her battered body onto the shore, but the weakened creature was no match for my mighty arm, and the beast was no more. After all, wit and brains come before strength and fists. Remember that, kids? No. You can't really be standing here in the throne room of the realm and have this be your PSA. Nowosky, man, come on. I mean, your grace. Impressive, isn't it? You are so obviously full of shit. It's just straight through the teeth. After that, and other adventures, of course, I traveled to Davern seeking further challenges. So I have come straight to the king. Now, tell me, your grace, what evil creatures await me here, staining your beautiful land? Well, there is a monster. Peasants mention the occasional basilisk or some other monster. All of these nightmares are nothing to our real problem, Radovia. Radovia? Well, I never heard of such a creature. So what is it? What does it do? Emit gas? Crush men's bones under its heavy hooves? Breathe fire? Everything at once! Radovia has an army. They are fierce and brutal, and they are coming after my daughter. An army? I see. Well, that is a hell of a challenge. I can help, though. They call me Grofos the Great for a reason. Over the years of my adventurous career, I have met a lot of people. Even more owe me their lives. I'm sure they do. I will give you all I can, soldiers, supplies. I will stand at your side in the battle. I reckon I can gather 180 men, and 5 supplies will also come in handy, I'm sure. And in return, I ask for... Oh, absolutely nothing at all. I am a noble, upstanding knight. I live to serve, help, and, well, be famous. Nowosky, aiding the king of Davern in a real battle. They will write fine songs about this. Well, now that we have your men, there is a monster. But I'll ask you about this large tooth first. It looks like an animal tooth. Would you know anything about it? That is an impressive tooth. It must have been one hell of a beast. Do you know where such a tooth could come from? Oh, I wish I could tell you a heroic story about defeating such an imposing beast, your grace. Sadly, I can't, because this tooth is not one for my collection. I don't think so, anyways. I wish it was, though. Can I buy it off you? Absolutely not, Nowosky. I need this tooth to prove my innocence to King Evo. Maybe after the royal trial. Such an obvious fraud. Well, I have this letter. This letter is on very finely decorated parchment. Do you know where it could have come from? I wouldn't know. I don't receive many letters, your grace. I'm always traveling, so letters never reach me. What about this file? I have found this near Bronca. Can you tell me anything about it? I used to buy poison vials from merchants to use on monsters. I don't buy them anymore, they never worked. And I haven't seen such an elegant file before, though. Looks important. I'm sure it is. So about this monster. We have a problem with the monster. Aha! So you do have your own monster, your grace. Lichaj is the name. Lichaj is the name. It's a small creature. Imagine a pig, but hairy with long claws and horns. They can be dangerous, but for me it will be a piece of cake. You can expect my return shortly. That's all. Have fun. Enjoy your time out there. And now we can talk about peasant business. Your Grace, may the gods bless you for your support with the shrine. Many people have hopes for a brighter future. The gods have already showed us signs of their mercy. The weather has been especially good for our crops. We would like to celebrate tonight. We have prepared a party for everyone. In the night, we are going to make a sacrifice to the gods to thank them for their mercy. To show your support, we simply ask you of a few supplies we could add to our pile, or a witch that could help us send the sacrifices straight to our gods. Oh my god, 23 supplies? I thought you said a small amount, my dude. You can have the witch. The witch can make sure the sacrifice goes to plan. Thank you so much, Your Grace. The gods will reward you for your good deeds. I'm sure they will. No, I don't need you, banker. But peasant, Your Grace, I bring you news. There seems to be some weird anomaly in the woods, up in the north. Magic, perhaps. Colorful lights out of nowhere in the middle of the night. It sounds so frightening. Carry on. Do you know anything more about it? I visited Oborka, the village next to the woods, the morning after one of these disturbances. They said that Lord Jovan's children went missing that night. I tell you, magic is involved. Well, my witch is already busy, so... I would offer, but I'm sure the Lord can handle it himself. If not, I would expect him to visit me in person. Oh, yes, of course. And away with ye. Merchant? I'm selling packs of supplies, Your Grace. Let me help you with your struggle. I offer the best prices in all of Davern. Only 28 gold for 22 supplies. What do you think? Not bad? Why are you selling oracle dust in my lands, guy, huh? Why is that, No, I won't be buying any of this. That will be all, thank you. I understand. I should be back in Davern in a few weeks' time, Your Grace. Until then. Yes, until then. I don't need anything from you, banker. Nope, thank you. Okay. Anything new with Asolia? Yep. Stable as ever. I'm glad that she's not ticking the arranged marriage hard. Sidani, any news? Also no. Aurelia, any news? Not a peep. Nothing new in the dungeon, I guarantee. No, none such. Castle wall. Oh, my general is here. And again, nothing new. Anything upon the wall itself? Fields. These fields used to be covered in forests. Our agriculture is thriving. The Grey Mountains. Luli loves them. We're lucky to have such a beautiful landscape. No, methinks not. All is well there. Let's see. We only have one left to invite that we don't know of. About, Violet. And then we have a general that can go examine. I'll send you Farfield. Away with ye. Probably. Finally, we're making some money! Good. And we have minimal debts. That's nice to see. We're even making some more supplies, too. I'll be happy for that. But that's perhaps because Elena is away for a while. Expensive as she is. Okay. Well, not looking too bad. Grivno, week 23. General? Your Grace, I have found an old wagon blocking the road. It looks abandoned. I gathered the men and we moved it out of the way. Turned out the wagon was full of gold and supplies. Oh, yeah! 7 gold, 7 supplies? That's what I'm talking about. Okay, how about, Violet? Your Grace, I hear y'all fight. Your Grace, I hear y'all fight with the beast-faced. We are preparing for the battle with Radovia, you heard well. The name's Violet. My elders have fought with the beasts many years before me. I heard they brought some Radovian dog here to your castle. They say you keep him in the dungeon. I want to help you with those nasty beasts. I'll give men and resources 3 gold and 150 army in exchange for the red dog. No dog, no army. I cannot make it any simpler. I'm so glad that of all of the various people groups and cultures that could have been expressed in this game, we finally have some representation of my people down here in the south. Good old Violet. Now let's see. Why do you need him? Why do you... It caught on. It's infectious just like in the flesh. Why would you need him? Him. I'll teach him a lesson is all. I reckon we should make an example out of him. Show this dog brothers. Show his dog brothers show his dog brothers what happens to those who step a little too far. That will keep him at bay. Yeah, have at. I ain't got no use for him. Do as you please, but you can spare me the details. Fantastic. I'll take it slow. Make sure he knows I'm there. Oh, one more thing, Your Grace. My deal is off the table if you ever help any of these dogs. Make no mistake about that, Your Grace. Righteous. Alright, so about this animal tooth. I found this in my wine cellar. Can you tell me anything about it? Ooh, that's one. I don't even think the mic picked that up. Ooh, that's one bit of a tooth. He's beautiful is all I can tell you, Your Grace. I'm sorry for not much help. Well, what about this letter? The letter was on a very finely decorated parchment. Do you know where this could have come from? Let me think. 'Tis not from my lands, Your Grace. It ain't signed? That's strange. Strange and rude. Well, how about that file? I found this near Bronca. Can you tell me anything about it? I ain't ever been to Bronca. It looks pretty nasty, though. Thank you, Violet. Ah, Your Grace. Oh, goodness. Your Grace, we have found someone that willingly stayed up all night on watch in our village. And this scared the witch. But Babushka is back again. Her men on horses, they came. They took over 3 villages, Your Grace. They are forcing everybody to feed enormous amounts of food to their children. We're scared she's coming for them, Your Grace. She wants to eat them. You must do something. And yes, completely nobody. A cowgirl in some medieval fantasy court. It's all coming together. You must do something. They're there right now. Please send your men. They are in 3 villages. The red horse is in Oborka. The black horse is in Jablonka. The white horse is in Belka. I'll see what I can do. Your Grace, I have marked those locations on the map for you. If you open the map, you will be able to see the point. You will be able to point an agent to these locations. Thank you, Your Grace. I knew we could count on you. That's quite a circumstance. Sidani? I see you have a new pet. What on earth is that fox doing in the throne room? It's my new agent! Hisser! Well, it is a fox, so we also know it'll be a pisser. Back with the pets, are we? Well, you can't exactly send toys on a mission. Hey, you haven't seen Small Soldiers. Don't say that yet. They don't understand anything, no matter how much you explain. Besides, this one was hard to recruit. It took time. Why Hisser? Why have you called it that? Oh, that's easy. Because he hisses! I bet he does. Well, is he safe, Audrey? Is keeping a fox around a good idea, Audrey? Of course it is! He shouldn't cause too much trouble, Your Grace. Ha! Alright, fine. Have at it. Hisser can stay. Yes! Hisser will soon be known everywhere. First in Davern for his noble deeds, then in Atana once we take Lursulia and Dusty back. Perhaps he could compete one day. Perhaps he could compete with Dragonslayer Nowatsky one day. Oh, we'll see. Once he's past initiation, he will be sent requests. His And Aurelia, how are you feeling, darling? I'm worried about you. You fainted twice now. What if it gets worse? Who will take over the throne? I think we need to make a bigger effort, darling. Perhaps Audrey is right. We need to try harder. I feel like I'm failing my duty as a queen. At this time, this age, a king should have a son. Yeah, okay, but you don't have to feel guilty, right? This is like... We keep doing this to ourselves. You do not need to feel guilty. The fates clearly have other plans for us. We have 3 beautiful, healthy daughters. It's not your fault we don't have a successor. Thank you, darling. Perhaps you can meet me later tonight, once everyone's gone. I have some ideas how to make things more interesting. Maybe it will help. That sounds very suspicious. Not sure how to take that proposition. I hope it's just like, you know, whips and chains maybe, but, with this game, I'm sure it's more like, let's strike a deal with a devil or some nature spirit or something. I'm looking forward to that. Fingers crossed, though. I think Aurelia worries too much about everything. I should do something to make her feel better. Yeah, probably. Bum chicka wow wow. Exactly, nobody. Maybe some sort of small gift to remind her I love her, no matter what. That would probably be worthwhile, Eric. Thank you for having a single bit, an ounce, a modicum, an iota of romance in your sad, sallow bones. Goodness me. But we do have allies we can invite. Let's see. Well, I can't invite Evo. Yeah, he's away. I wonder if I can do anything with, Etten. Might as well try. But, let's see. Gardens? Masalia, any news from you? Yes, father. Stay safe. Nothing as ever. Council chamber, Sedani. Ah, there's Hisser at least. Oh, I can pet the fox too! I will interrupt that training as much as I want. That is adorable. So much for being a hisser. I think he's a sweetheart. That's what he is. Do not interrupt our training. See, he wants to be pet. Your Grace. Nothing outside of our sweet little fox here. I'm glad there's finally a nice creature. Darling, I'll see you later, darling. I guess nothing I can do in that way. There's no way I can give you back your knitting needles, is there? No? Nope, I guess not, huh? And Pietro's little sad letter about being followed. So strange to have the dungeon empty. But I'm glad of it. It means we have one less thing to worry about. I'm sure that'll come back to bite me in the ass later, though. Your Grace. That's all. I'll be on my way. You'll be soon out in the field again. And nothing to speak of up in the tower. Well, take the walk order, please. Alright. Well, let's see. Jabalanka. Ooh, wow, those are far off in the distance. Yeah, General, you can go. I'm sure that won't have any major repercussions. And since we are creeping upon the 4th hour, I will play a little bit longer, since it took me a couple minutes to actually get the stream started up with all of our new settings and everything. But soon, everybody, soon, we'll be calling it a night. Or a morning, in my case. Oh no! Oh, hopefully this is actually nice. Haha, you're tickling me, stop it. Nothing's going to work from this side. I guarantee, I can attest, with a little bit of effort and wiggle, you can make it work from any side. Oops. Oops, in the bedchambers. If there's never a more, epitomizing moment in all of this game of their circumstances, that's definitely one. It's not that easy. Mm-hmm. Oh no. Ah! Soya's put something in my bed! I went to sleep and now everything is itchy! God damn it. I'm sure that's what was flying through their minds. Son of a bitch, just as we get this going. It's just some nettle powder, it'll pass in a bit. What has gotten into you? Apologize to your sister or leave us in peace. I think Sidani, I have enough goodwill with Sidani, right? Asalia, I don't have time for this. We gotta make an heir, goddammit. We got shit to do. We got to get busy. You guys, leave us alone for a while. We'll take care of this afterwards. We just wanted to have some time alone. Is this not possible around here? Let's go, Sidani. I'll help you wash it off. I don't want your help. Well, go anyway. We will talk about this, Asalia. And that's why there is no heir to the throne. Bingo, my man. Maybe we... You're just gonna let that stop you? You're already here! Finish what you started! Perhaps we can still try tonight? Exactly! Thank you! And gold, gold, gold. More gold for us. That's the good stuff. Grevno, week 24. Alright, General, what did you find? Your Grace, I'm back from Belka. I must say, something very strange is happening. It was covered in snow when I arrived, but when I dealt with the man on the white horse, all the frost just melted. Okay, so magic is for real, not only in this setting, but over there. That's some spooky shit. We are absolutely gonna check the rest of these places out without question. I'm not sure what that was about, but it seems like whatever I did helped. Thank you. Hopefully this won't happen again. Yeah, let's hope. Elena? I've helped the worshippers with the spirit, Your Grace. There are a lot of people gathering in the new shrine now. Thank you, Elena. Your help is always appreciated. Good. Good. Lord Eaton? How may I be of service, Your Grace? How's your business, pal? Are you still selling oracle dust, Lord Eaton? Of course, Eric. Just because you didn't want to support me doesn't mean the others won't. You're my lord, guy. I am King Eric. This is Davern we're talking about. Don't make me take care of you like I'm about to take care of the Radovians. You do not want that smoke. I fucking promise. My business is booming. Oh, is it now? You should just stop, guy. You should just stop. Oracle dust affects people's lives negatively. Don't you have anything else you can sell? What? And pass on such a huge pile of gold that's just waiting to be picked up? You must be having a laugh, Eric. If I don't sell dust here, I'll sell it elsewhere. Everyone wants it. You can't stop me. You say that now. You really say that now. But I got pretty much everyone else in this kingdom on my side. You don't want the smoke! But I did find this file. What can you tell me? My agent has found this near your village, Lord Eaton. Do you know anything about it? It's a file used to heat up ingredients for potions. Quite a common thing. You can get them from any merchant. I've never seen one with such ornamentation, though. It's definitely not mine. Do you know whose it might be? How would I know? Alright, you bastard. You may take your leave, Your Grace. Hey, Dragon Slayer! Your Grace! There's no trace of a Lechage in the forests. So I thought, as clever as I am, I know where to look for their lairs. In old tree trunks. Here, take this bloody hoof as proof of my courageous deed. What in the fuck is that? Ha! You couldn't have defeated the beast as there was no monster in the forest. You fell for our ruse. All your tales are lies, just like this one. What? Me? A liar? No way! I brought the proof, didn't I, Your Grace? It could as well be deer? Yeah. I'm glad that every single one of these options are doubt. Has anyone seen you slay the beast? Is there any witness who could vouch for you? No, I'm afraid not. But no sane person would go that deep into the forest, especially if there's a fierce beast around. Except for all the people that live in the forest, right? Right? The dragon tale isn't exactly original, is it? Sir Friedrich says you retell the story, just changing a few details each time. Very well, the cat is out of the bag. At least I don't have to put on the show anymore. I knew you were full of shit. You made it so obvious. It can be very tiring at times, if I'm perfectly honest. People want to see this amazing knight, this dragon slayer. Need to refill my water right quick. Taking a few seconds longer than I thought it would. Okay. Cheers, all. Just like this dude is drinking on his copium real hard. So I show them what they want to see. The charge and the proof, a stag. At least my stories don't hurt anyone. Lies, also, still can't help with that. And I don't have a drinking problem. If you have something to say, say it to my face. I hear what the wind is spreading. Problems with rum. Wife walking around with a black eye. You don't believe him, do you, Your Grace? Well, he fucking lied on everything else, no. Even if that is the case, we can talk about that later, but for now, we got a whole kingdom to save, so, you know. He's a liar, he's making all this up. You used to be recognized around the courtyards, but the memory is fading. That's it. Draw your sword. Let's see if you're more than just a trickster. Yeah, enough. I won't have any blood spilled in this chamber. He wouldn't match my skill anyway. In your current state, you would probably stab yourself. Your Grace, of course, it's just a hoax, but it doesn't matter. The message is what's important. The story warms people's hearts. Yeah, until they find out it's a lie, and then they're disillusioned, and then you fucked everything up. Like right now. See? I wouldn't do it. I would not suggest it. You can... There are so many things in politics and in the society that you can easily latch yourself onto and make everybody very happy to support and believe in. Why the fuck you out here be lying? Why you gotta do that? That is not necessary. It gives hope for better tomorrow. People always think they see basilisks, lichens, strigas, while it's usually a fox, stray dog, or a cat even. If I bring them a boarskin or deer horn and tell them it was the monster, they sleep better at night. They're also still deluded, and you're only making it worse. They can get back to work feeling safe. And if I make extra gold on the side, so what? Oh, I'm just making gold off of lies, right? Aren't we all frauds? Kings, for example. Well, you know, hold your fucking tongue. People always come to see the king because he knows everything. They expect you to give wise advice. They will put the greatest trust in your words. But answer yourself. Do you always know what to do? I don't know everything. But I also don't agree with your point. Not even scholars know the way. I'll go with the middle path since it's the only one that it gives me. I could use some peace of mind knowing there's no monsters in the forest. Exactly! Your Grace, we surely can't allow him to spread more lies. Your Grace, we surely can't let him spread more lies. I won't allow this. If you let Noisky join your banner, then I won't stand by your side. Oh, I won't join if he joins. With his intemperance, I won't stand next to him during battle. In all the turmoil, he could stab me and no one would even know. Jofan, a good guy. He trains with me. I will make sure to send my recommendation. Don't forget that. Yeah, Friedrich, I'm with you. Sir Friedrich, you have one more battle ahead of you. I knew I could trust your judgment, Your Grace. Ha! It's time for those with real experience to take the lead, Noisky. A shame, Your Grace. Nonetheless, I wish you the very best in your battle. I bet you do. Oh, will someone clean up this mess? So they did. Peasant, what can we do? We have nowhere else to seek help from, Your Grace. Bandits rule over our village. They said they would slit our throats if we came to you, but we can't let them eat our food, drink our wine, and use our women anymore. They're well-equipped, and us farmers don't know how to fight. We don't stand a chance. Please send your best general before it's too late. Yeah, sure. You did right by coming to me. The general will head your way immediately. These scum will pay for what they have done. You have my word. Thank you, Your Grace. We knew we could count on you. I'd better go home quick. Barricade the doors and wait for everything to end. Yep, I'd recommend that. A fortune teller, you say? Greetings, my Grace. May I come closer? Yes, I see. You have a very interesting aura, Eric. Alright, what's next? You're gonna tell me you're an empath? Let me read your future. I can see it's going to be very interesting. Yes. I see. I see. Do you not believe in fortune, my grace? I have been reading to many kings, yes. And usually I am correct. As a cold reader would say, just between I and you, promise you, I tell you things about you, and they will be truth, and then you will pay. Otherwise, you don't have to, yes? Sure, go ahead. Go ahead. Alright. I've never heard or seen, literally, someone capture a scheming fortune teller like this. The whole, like, I'm natural and I can see where things are going. I'm divining for you so well. I have had real in-life people who were my friends previously act like this. Who talk almost exactly like this once they get into it. I commend the writers. I commend them thoroughly. I see, yes. I see you have had a long journey in your life. Yeah, that's kind of how years pile on, yeah. I see. Hypnos. A patrol department of sorts? And you are dead! Oh no! That's too far into the future. Let's go back a little. Your journey. Difficult, but you were happy, surrounded by those who love you. But I see there were difficulties. They affected your relationships. Some relationships were strengthened, but some will crumble. Alright, let me shuffle my cards. And you keep looking into my eyes. Your aura will tell me when to stop. Yes, yes, keep shuffling. Alright, I think this is it. Let's see. Oh, the fool. But don't worry, it doesn't mean you are one. Of course not. It means you are doing something new. A new cycle. And you are requiring others to trust you with it, yes. Fine. You might be trusted, but you must be patient. Next card is... Justice. Yes, of course. I can see that. The need of balance and discernment. You will be seeking peace, which means it's likely something will disturb you soon. Like every single week, yes. Well, alright. Last card is... Hanged Man. Means that you are trying to achieve something big, yes? Something that leaves you feeling stressed and unhappy. You will continue trying to achieve that thing. There will be difficulties. It means everything you know will be turned upside down. A new information. Maybe good, maybe bad. That is all, my grace. Yeah, I mean, all of that is basically like cold reading stuff. I'm sorry. That doesn't seem very particular. That doesn't match my situation, which means I don't need to pay. I see. It matches perfectly, my grace. Of course you would say so. I saw everything very clear. I'm not gonna pay for some stories. Try it somewhere else. That is a great shame, my grace. I can now see where all the darkness comes from. It's very clear. Right. I'm so worried about that. Okay, Gardens. What's up, Asalia? Yes, father. Night prank? What you did to Sadani the other night? I know. Next time I promise I'll use a gentler solution than nettle powder. No, girl, the point is don't torture your sister. As? I just miss seeing Maya. She always came up with the best things to do. You know she shouldn't be here. I know, but I just miss her. Why don't you play with someone from the castle? They're all boring. They just want to talk about dance lessons, or the correct way to behave at the table, or how cutlery should be placed. Not good company, I agree. It's awful. You proved you're resourceful. I'm sure you can come up with something interesting to do. I know. I'm sorry. Maybe I can bully the servants a bit. As... He's got a mean streak, that one. Well, perhaps Sidani and Hisser have something new to say. Your Grace, goodbye. Elena, anything out of you? Your Grace, how can I help? Nope. I'll be on my way. Bedchamber? Aurelia? Darling, I'll see you later. Well, that's everything, I think. All we need do is send out a new pigeon. I'll see Greco's ass if he can do anything. And as for the map, Oboroka, send the witch. Witch sent. And with this, true to my word, we have been playing a little bit over to make up for the extra time it took to get everything in order. We will close out the week. We will see our charts. And we have more than enough to take care of ourselves at this rate. And some more gold coming in. I like that. I like the look of that a lot. Alright. We will save and continue. And then, once we arrive here at Grevno Week 25, it is time to bid you all, in the good times that we have shared together for tonight, adieu. Get ourselves all lined up. Close out the game. Get a little bit of quietness going on so that I'll have some music to play for the outro later. I thank you all for watching. If you liked what you saw today, I hope that you consider giving us a like, a comment, and subscribing, or giving us a dislike, unsubscribing, and still nonetheless offering some constructive criticism in the form of comments. If you thought it was worthwhile to pay a little bit into, to help with equipment, upkeep, and all of the things that we're trying to do here, please do consider donating by Stream Elements, as linked down in the description, or if you want to be a little bit more continuous in your support, we have a Patreon starting at $5 a month, where you can get your name read at the beginning or end of every long-form piece of content, as per my discretion. Like these streams, you can participate in channel polls to help shape the direction, or offer me your insight insofar as where you would like the channel to go. And you also get access to all of my productions put out in a convenient place, all bundled together, alongside special access to certain channels in the Discord server, not to mention my eternal appreciation. Otherwise, you can find us at Spotify, BitChute, X, Instagram, or in the aforesaid Discord server, all linked down in the description below and throughout the channel itself. And without further ado, I hope that you all never miss your opportunities.